Hey dear listeners, so tonight's descent into absolute terror that we're about to plunge into the ocean's most bone-chilling secrets. Mysteries so disturbing they'll haunt your dreams for weeks. We're talking about primordial beasts that defy evolution, phantom vessels that dissolve into nothingness, and lost civilizations swallowed by crushing depths. We're talking about sounds, so unnaturally horrifying that marine biologists refuse to listen to them alone. Think about this. Our oceans blanket over 70% of this planet in perpetual darkness. Yet humanity has barely scratched 5% of their surface. That means there's an entire alien world lurking beneath us. A realm of unimaginable horrors that make your deepest fears look like children's fairy tales. Before we journey into this liquid nightmare together, hit that like button if you're truly ready to confront the unknown. Subscribe only if you have the courage to explore where others fear to tread. Drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what ungodly hour you've chosen to join this expedition into madness. I'm always amazed by those willing to venture into the abyss with me. Now, kill those lights. Wrap yourself in whatever comfort you can find, because we're about to shatter every peaceful image you've ever held of the ocean. Forget those postcard beaches. Forget those playful dolphins dancing in crystal clear waters. Tonight, we discover what really owns the depths and why it's been waiting for us all along. But tonight we're going somewhere else entirely. We're going to the places where light has never touched, where pressure would crush you in milliseconds, and where things live that evolution seems to have forgotten about. The ocean isn't just water, it's a three-dimensional alien world that exists right here on our planet, filled with creatures so bizarre they look like they were designed by someone having a particularly creative nightmare. And the deeper you go, the stranger it gets. We're talking about a realm where fish have their own built-in flashlights, where giant squids battle whales in epic underwater wars, and where the very geography itself seems to shift and change like a living thing. Picture this: you're floating on the surface of the ocean on a calm night. The water is black glass reflecting stars you can barely make out, but beneath you, stretching down for miles and miles, is an abyss so deep that if you dropped Mount Everest into some parts of it, the peak wouldn't even come close to reaching the surface. And in that darkness, things are moving, things are hunting, things are waiting. The ocean doesn't care about your fears or your comfort zone. It operates by rules so alien to our land-dwelling minds that even our most advanced science struggles to understand them. Down there in the deepest trenches, the pressure is over 1,000 times greater than what you experience sitting in your room right now. It would be like having the weight of 50 jumbo jets pressing down on every square inch of your body. And yet life thrives there, not just survives, thrives. Creatures that have never seen sunlight, that have never felt warmth, that exists in a world of eternal midnight and crushing cold. They've adapted to conditions so extreme that they might as well be living on another planet entirely. Some of them glow with their own eerie light, creating constellations of bioluminescence in the absolute darkness. Others have evolved to be transparent, like living ghosts drifting through the water. But here's what really keeps oceanographers up at night. We keep finding new things down there, new species, new ecosystems, new mysteries that challenge everything we thought we knew about life on Earth. Every deep sea expedition brings back footage of creatures that look like they crawled out of someone's fever dream. And for every new discovery, 10 more questions arise. The ocean has been keeping secrets for billions of years, and it's not about to give them up easily. It guards its mysteries jealously, hidden beneath miles of dark water and crushing pressure. But tonight we're going to dive down into that alien world and explore some of the most spine-tingling, sleep-disrupting, absolutely fascinating mysteries that lurk in the depths. Because if you think you know what's scary, wait until you hear about what's been living in the deepest parts of our planet's oceans, right beneath our feet all this time. And the really unsettling part, we're just beginning to scratch the surface. Let's start our journey in a place that sounds like it came straight out of a horror movie: the Mariana Trench. Located in the western Pacific Ocean, this underwater canyon is the deepest known part of Earth's oceans, plunging down over 36,000 feet below sea level. To put that in perspective, if you could somehow drain all the water out of the Mariana Trench and drop Mount Everest into it, the mountain's peak would still be over a mile underwater. The Mariana Trench isn't just deep, it's alien. The pressure down there is so intense that it would instantly crush any human body into something resembling chunky soup. The temperature hovers just above freezing, and there's no sunlight, no warmth, no comfort of any kind. It's as close to visiting another planet as you can get without leaving Earth. And yet incredibly and possibly life exists down there. In 1960, Two brave souls, Jacobard and Don Walsh, descended to the deepest part of the trench in a specially designed submersible called the Trieste. They were the first humans to visit Challenger Deep, the very bottom of the Mariana Trench, and what they found changed our understanding of life on Earth forever. Even at that crushing depth with pressure over 1,000 times greater than at sea level, they saw fish, actual living fish, swimming around like it was no big deal. But that was just the beginning, and in the decades since, as technology has improved and we've been able to send more sophisticated equipment down into the abyss, we've discovered an entire ecosystem thriving in conditions that should be absolutely lethal to any form of life. We're talking about creatures that have never experienced sunlight, that have evolved in complete isolation for millions of years, that have adapted to survive in an environment more hostile than the surface of Mars. There are giant single-celled organisms down there, some as large as dinner plates, just sitting on the seafloor like alien pancakes. There are glass sponges that look like underwater cathedrals, some of them thousands of years old, quietly filtering water and growing in the eternal darkness. And then there are the things that move, the things that hunt, the things that have evolved in ways that seem to defy every rule of biology. We thought we understood. Deep-sea anglerfish drift through the darkness like living nightmares, with bioluminescent lures dangling from their heads like glowing fishing lines waiting to attract prey. In the pitch-black water, their mouths are filled with needle-sharp teeth angled inward, designed to ensure that anything that gets caught can never escape. And in some species, the male fish is so much smaller than the female that it literally fuses with her body, becoming nothing more than a permanent sperm-producing appendage. It's like something out of a body horror movie, except it's real and it's happening right now, miles beneath your feet. But perhaps the most unsettling thing about the Mariana Trench isn't what we found down there, it's what we haven't found. Every expedition brings back footage of new creatures, new formations, new mysteries that challenge our understanding of what's possible. And the deeper we go, the stranger it gets. Scientists estimate that we've explored less than 1% of the deep ocean, which means that 99% of the deepest parts of our planet remain completely unknown to us. What else is down there in those unexplored depths? What kinds of creatures have evolved in isolation for millions of years, developing in ways that our surface-dwelling minds can't even imagine? What ancient secrets are buried in the deepest trenches of the ocean floor? And perhaps most unsettling of all, what if some of those creatures aren't content to stay in the depths forever? The Mariana Trench is like a window into an alien world that exists right here on our own planet. It's a reminder that Earth still holds mysteries that can make our most creative science fiction seem tame by comparison. And every time we think we've seen the strangest thing the deep ocean has to offer, it surprises us with something even more bizarre, even more impossible, even more likely to make you lie awake at night wondering what else might be lurking in the darkness below. As we venture deeper into the ocean's mysteries, we encounter something that has puzzled marine biologists for decades: the phenomenon of bioluminescence. Picture this: you're floating in the absolute darkness of the deep ocean where no sunlight has ever penetrated, and suddenly the water around you erupts in an ethereal light show that would make any fireworks display look like a cheap flashlight. This isn't some rare occurrence. This is happening constantly all around the world. In the depths of our oceans, creatures are literally creating their own light through chemical reactions within their bodies, turning the darkest places on Earth into something that looks like an underwater aurora borealis. But unlike the northern lights, which are beautiful and distant, bioluminescence in the deep ocean often serves purposes that are decidedly less romantic. Many deep-sea creatures use bioluminescence as a weapon. The vampire squid, despite its ominous name, doesn't actually suck blood, but it does something far more disturbing. When threatened, it turns itself inside out, revealing rows of bioluminescent photophores that flash in patterns designed to confuse and disorient predators. Imagine being chased through a dark alley, and suddenly your pursuer transforms into a pulsing, glowing constellation of lights that hurt to look at. That's essentially what the vampire squid does to anything that tries to eat it. Then there are the siphonophores, colonial organisms that can stretch for hundreds of feet through the water like living neon signs. Some specimens are longer than blue whales, making them among the longest creatures on Earth, yet most people have never heard of them because they live in the deep ocean where no human eyes normally venture. These aren't single animals, but rather colonies of thousands of individual organisms working Together like a biological corporation, each specialized for different tasks. Some parts of the Siphon 04 are designed for swimming, others for feeding, still others for reproduction, and the entire colony glows with bioluminescent patterns that pulse and flow along its length like some kind of underwater Christmas decoration designed by aliens. But don't let the beauty fool you. These things are predators using their lights to attract prey, and their stinging cells to paralyze anything that gets too close. The deep ocean is full of creatures that have turned light into an art form, but not for beauty's sake. They use it for hunting, for hiding, for communicating in the darkness, and sometimes for purposes we don't understand at all. There are fish that can control their bioluminescence like we control a dimmer switch, brightening and dimming their lights to match the faint sunlight filtering down from above, making themselves effectively invisible to predators looking up from below. Others use their lights like a burglar uses a flashlight, suddenly illuminating their prey at the moment of attack, stunning them with a blast of unexpected radiance in the eternal darkness. And some creatures use bioluminescence in ways that seem almost maliciously clever, like the deep-sea anglerfish that dangles a glowing lure in front of its mouth, patiently waiting for curious fish to come investigate what appears to be a tasty morsel of glowing food. But here's where bioluminescence gets really unsettling. Sometimes when deep-sea cameras capture footage of the abyss, they record light displays that don't match any known species, patterns of bioluminescence that pulse and flow in ways that seem almost intelligent, almost purposeful, but don't correspond to any creature we've cataloged or studied. These mystery lights dance through the water in formations that look almost like communication, like something is trying to send a message in a language made of living light. Scientists have theories, of course: new species, unknown behaviors, equipment malfunctions, but the footage keeps coming back, showing lights in the darkness that move with purpose and pattern, creating displays that are beautiful and deeply unsettling at the same time. What if bioluminescence isn't just about hunting and hiding? What if some of these deep-sea creatures have developed forms of communication so sophisticated that they're essentially having conversations and light discussions about topics we can't even imagine, in a language that uses the darkness itself as a canvas? The deep ocean glows with secrets. Literally every flash of bioluminescent light is a reminder that there's an entire world down there, complete with its own forms of art, communication, and mystery, all happening in a realm where humans can barely survive for minutes, let alone thrive for millions of years, like the creatures that call it home. Now, let's talk about something that will make you think twice about taking that relaxing ocean cruise. Ghost ships, not the fictional kind from pirate movies, but real vessels that have been found drifting empty through the world's oceans. Their crews vanish without explanation, leaving behind only questions and an overwhelming sense of unease. The ocean has a way of swallowing people whole, leaving behind their ships like maritime tombstones, drifting endlessly through the waves. These aren't ships that sank in storms or were attacked by pirates. These are vessels found in perfect condition, engines running, meals still warm on the table, but every single soul aboard simply gone, as if they had been plucked from existence by some force that left no trace of their passing. One of the most famous cases is the MV Joyta, found drifting in the Pacific Ocean in 1955. The ship had been missing for over a month when searchers finally located it, partially submerged, but still afloat. Of the 25 passengers and crew who had been aboard when it left port, not a single person was found. The ship's cargo was gone. The lifeboats were missing, and there were signs that people had tried to send distress signals, but no bodies, no blood, no indication of what had happened to 25 human beings. The official investigation concluded that the ship had probably hit a reef and the passengers had abandoned it in lifeboats. But here's the unsettling part: no trace of those lifeboats or any of the people who should have been in them was ever found. 25 people don't just vanish into thin air, especially not when they have lifeboats and survival equipment. Yet that's exactly what appears to have happened. Then there's the case of the MV Salem, discovered drifting off the coast of West Africa with its entire crew of 11 missing. The ship was in perfect condition. The engine was still running. There was food cooking in the galley, and personal belongings were scattered throughout the vessel, as if people had just stepped away for a moment, but a moment had stretched into eternity and the crew was simply gone. What makes these cases even more disturbing is that modern ships are equipped with all kinds of safety and communication equipment: GPS, tracking, radio communications, satellite phones, emergency beacons. life rafts with built-in distress signals, yet somehow entire crews managed to vanish without sending so much as a single distress call, leaving their ships to drift empty through the vast ocean. Like floating mausoleums, the ocean is full of these ghost ships, vessels found with their crews mysteriously absent, and each case raises the same terrifying questions. What could cause an entire crew to abandon a perfectly seaworthy ship? What could happen so quickly that experienced sailors wouldn't have time to send a distress signal? And perhaps most unsettling of all, where do all these people go? Some theories suggest piracy, but pirates typically leave evidence of their activities, and they're usually more interested in cargo than in making people disappear without a trace. Others point to psychological factors, mass hysteria, or shared delusions that might cause an entire crew to abandon ship for no rational reason. But experienced sailors aren't typically prone to mass hallucinations, and they certainly don't abandon their vessels lightly. There are more exotic theories, of course, rogue waves that somehow pluck people from their ships without damaging the vessels themselves, atmospheric phenomena that could cause disorientation or unconsciousness, even theories involving everything from sea monsters to alien abduction. But the truth is, we simply don't know. What we do know is that the ocean is vast and is very good at keeping secrets. Every year ships are found drifting empty, their crews vanish, their stories untold, and for every ghost ship that's discovered, how many more are drifting out there in the endless expanse of the ocean, carrying their mysteries with them as they slowly deteriorate in the salt spray. And son, the next time you see a ship on the horizon, remember that the ocean has a way of taking people and leaving only questions behind, and somewhere out there drifting through the waves are vessels that once carried living, breathing human beings who simply stepped out of existence, leaving behind only empty rooms and the sound of waves against an abandoned hull. These ghost ships serve as floating reminders that the ocean doesn't just hide mysteries in its depths. Sometimes the most unsettling mysteries are the ones floating right on the surface in plain sight, waiting for someone to board them and discover that the line between the living and the missing can be as thin as the horizon itself. Speaking of things that vanish without explanation, let's dive into one of the ocean's most enduring and spine-chilling mysteries, the disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. Now, before you roll your eyes and dismiss this as just another conspiracy theory, consider this: the area of ocean between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico has been the site of an unusually high number of aircraft and ship disappearances, many of which remain completely unexplained to this day. We're not talking about a few isolated incidents that have been blown out of proportion by sensationalist media. We're talking about dozens of documented cases where planes and ships have simply vanished, often in clear weather with no distress signals, leaving behind no wreckage, no oil slicks, no debris fields, nothing but empty ocean and unanswered questions. Take Flight 19, for instance. In December 1945, 5 U.S. Navy bombers took off from Fort Lauderdale for a routine training mission. These weren't inexperienced pilots flying experimental aircraft. These were seasoned aviators in proven planes following a flight path they had flown many times before. The weather was clear, visibility was good, and everything should have been routine. But about an hour and a half into the flight, radio communications from the aircraft began to sound increasingly confused and disoriented. The flight leader reported that his compass was malfunctioning, that he couldn't determine their position, and that everything looked strange and unfamiliar. Other pilots in the formation confirmed that their compasses were also spinning wildly and that the ocean below didn't look right. Somehow, the last transmission from Flight 19 was received at around 400 p.m., with the pilots still reporting that they were lost and that their instruments weren't working properly. After that silence, a massive search and rescue operation was launched immediately, involving hundreds of aircraft and ships, but no trace of the 5 bombers or their 15 crew members was ever found. Not a single piece of wreckage, not a life jacket, not even an oil slick. But the story gets even stranger. One of the search planes sent to look for Flight 19, a Martin Mariner flying boat with 13 crew members aboard, also disappeared without a trace. This plane was in radio contact with its base when it suddenly went silent, and despite extensive searches, no sign of it was ever found. Either in the span of a few hours, 6 aircraft and 28 people had simply vanished into thin air over the Bermuda Triangle. The official Navy investigation concluded that the planes had probably run out of fuel and crashed into the ocean, but That explanation has never satisfied many investigators. How do experienced pilots get so completely lost that they can't find their way back to land? How do multiple compasses malfunction simultaneously? And why was no wreckage ever found especially? Considering that the search operation began almost immediately after the planes went missing, Flight 19 is just one of many documented disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle. Ships have vanished there too often in circumstances just as mysterious. The SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a cargo ship carrying molten sulfur, disappeared in 1963 with all 39 crew members. The last radio message was routine, reporting their position and expected arrival time. After that, nothing, despite extensive searches. Only a few life preservers and some debris were ever found. More recently, in 2015, the cargo ship Alfeo disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle during Hurricane Wine. The ship was found months later on the seafloor, but the circumstances of its sinking raised more questions than answers. The crew had reported that they were experiencing mechanical problems, but the ship was relatively new and well-maintained. What caused a modern cargo vessel to sink so quickly that none of the 33 crew members had time to deploy life rafts or send detailed distress signals? What makes the Bermuda Triangle particularly unsettling isn't just the number of disappearances, but the nature of them. Many of these incidents involve experienced crews in good weather conditions, with functioning equipment, who suddenly report instrument malfunctions or disorientation before vanishing completely. It's as if something in that area of ocean has the ability to interfere with navigation equipment and human perception in ways that we don't understand. Scientists have proposed various explanations: magnetic anomalies that could affect compass readings, underwater methane gas releases that could sink ships or cause aircraft engines to malfunction, rogue waves, or sudden weather changes. But none of these theories fully explain the pattern of disappearances, especially the cases where multiple navigation instruments fail simultaneously or where experienced crews become so disoriented that they can't find their way back to familiar territory. The Bermuda Triangle remains one of the ocean's most persistent mysteries, a place where the normal rules of navigation and physics seem to occasionally break down, leaving behind only empty water and endless questions. Whether you believe in supernatural explanations or prefer to stick with natural phenomena, the fact remains that this area of ocean has claimed an unusual number of aircraft and vessels, often in circumstances that continue to baffle investigators. Decades later, and perhaps most unsettling of all, flights still disappear there, not as frequently as they once did thanks to improved navigation technology and communication systems, but even today aircraft and ships occasionally vanish in the Bermuda Triangle under circumstances that make you wonder if there's something about that particular patch of ocean that we still don't understand, something that turns routine journeys into one-way trips into the unknown. Now, let's explore something that will make you reconsider everything you thought you knew about the ocean floor, underwater cities and structures that shouldn't exist. We're not talking about Atlantis or other mythical civilizations, though those stories might not be as fictional as we once believed. We're talking about real documented structures found on the ocean floor that challenge our understanding of history, geology, and human civilization itself. Off the coast of Japan lies one of the most controversial underwater discoveries of the modern era, the Yanani Monument, discovered in 1986 by a local diving instructor. This massive stone structure sits on the seafloor near the island of Yanani, and it looks disturbingly artificial. We're talking about step terraces, right angles, straight edges, and geometric patterns that appear to have been carved with precision tools. The structure is enormous, over 500 feet long and nearly 90 feet wide, with features that include what appear to be road staircases, pillars, and even something that looks like a ceremonial platform or altar. If this thing was found on dry land, there would be no question that it was built by human hands. But here's the problem: based on sea level changes over the past few thousand years, this structure would have been underwater for at least 10,000 years, possibly much longer. That's a problem because, according to mainstream archaeology, complex stone architecture like this didn't exist 10,000 years ago. The ancient civilizations we know about, the ones that built monuments and temples and elaborate stone structures, came much later in human history. The Yanani Monument suggests that either our timeline of human civilization is completely wrong, or that natural geological processes can create structures that look remarkably like They were designed by intelligent beings. Geologists are divided on the issue. Some insist that the Yonaguni Monument is entirely natural, created by underwater erosion and tectonic activity that just happened to produce rock formations that look artificial. Others argue that while the basic rock formation might be natural, it has clearly been modified and shaped by human hands with tool marks and deliberate alterations that couldn't have occurred naturally. But Yonaguni isn't the only underwater structure that's raising uncomfortable questions about human history. Off the coast of India, near the city of Dwara, lie the ruins of what appears to be an ancient city. Stone walls, pillars, and foundations have been found underwater, along with artifacts that suggest this was once a thriving settlement. According to local legends, Dwarka was the home of the Hindu god Krishna, a magnificent city that was swallowed by the sea after Krishna's death. For centuries, this was considered nothing more than mythology, but as underwater archaeology has become more sophisticated, the ruins of Dwarka have been extensively studied and documented. What researchers have found is evidence of a substantial ancient settlement with urban planning, sophisticated construction techniques, and artifacts that date back thousands of years. This isn't just a few scattered stones that might have fallen into the ocean. This is what appears to be the remains of an organized city built when that area of the ocean floor was dry land. Similar discoveries have been made around the world. Off the coast of Cuba, sonar has detected what appear to be massive stone structures on the ocean floor, including what looks like pyramids and other geometric shapes near the Azores. In the Atlantic, researchers have found what might be the remains of ancient roads and buildings submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. Each of these discoveries raises the same unsettling questions. If these structures are artificial, who built them? When were they built? And what does their existence mean for our understanding of human history and the development of civilization? The implications are staggering. If humans were building complex stone structures 10,000 years ago or more, then everything we think we know about the development of human society might be wrong. But there's another possibility that's even more unsettling. What if these underwater cities weren't built underwater at all? What if they were constructed on dry land in coastal areas that were later flooded as sea levels rose? That would mean that entire civilizations, complete with cities, monuments, and complex societies, have been lost beneath the waves, taking their knowledge, their culture, and their secrets with them to the bottom of the ocean. Think about it. Sea levels have changed dramatically throughout human history, rising and falling as ice ages came and went. Coastal areas that were once home to thriving civilizations could now be hundreds of feet underwater, their ruins scattered across the ocean floor like underwater graveyards of lost cultures. How many cities might be down there, hidden beneath the waves? How many libraries of ancient knowledge? How many technological achievements? How many clues to human history are sitting on the ocean floor, slowly being covered by sediment and forgotten by time? The ocean might not just be hiding sea monsters and natural mysteries, it might be hiding entire chapters of human history that we've never even imagined. Every new underwater discovery raises more questions than it answers, and each question makes you wonder what else might be down there, waiting in the darkness, holding secrets that could change everything we think we know about who we are and where we came from. The ocean isn't just Earth's final frontier, it might be the repository of our own forgotten past. Let's venture into territory that will make you question whether we're truly alone on this planet. Unidentified submerged objects, or UFOs. While most people are familiar with UFO sightings in the sky, fewer are aware that there have been countless reports of mysterious objects entering and exiting the ocean, moving underwater at impossible speeds and displaying technological capabilities that far exceed anything in human naval arsenals. The ocean, it turns out, might not just be hiding ancient civilizations and unknown species, it might be hiding evidence of visitors from elsewhere, using Earth's vast underwater spaces as bases, highways, or research stations that were only just beginning to detect. Military personnel, commercial fishermen, and oceanographers have been reporting encounters with unidentified submerged objects for decades. These aren't vague lights in the distance or easily dismissed sensor glitches. These are detailed accounts of craft that move through water in ways that seem to violate the laws of physics, displaying speeds and maneuverability that make our most advanced submarines look like slow, clumsy toys by comparison. In 1968, the USS Scorpion, a nuclear submarine, reported tracking an unidentified object that was moving underwater at speeds exceeding 150 knots. For reference, the fastest submarines ever built by humans can barely manage 40 knots underwater, and that's pushing their engines To the limit, whatever the scorpion was tracking was moving nearly 4 times faster than should be possible for any underwater vehicle. The scorpion sonar operators reported that the object seemed to be aware it was being tracked, changing course and speed in response to the submarine's movements. Even more unsettling, the object appeared to be scanning the scorpion with some kind of sonar or sensing device, as if it was studying the submarine just as intently as the submarine was trying to study it. Shortly after this encounter, the USS Scorpion disappeared with all hands officially due to an internal explosion, though the exact cause was never definitively determined. The timing might be coincidental, but it's the kind of coincidence that makes you wonder if there are forces in the ocean that don't appreciate being observed too closely. Military reports of USO encounters have been declassified over the years, revealing a pattern of sightings that spans decades and involves multiple countries. Soviet naval personnel reported similar encounters during the Cold War, describing objects that could dive to crushing depths and then accelerate to the surface at speeds that should have created massive cavitation bubbles and destructive pressure waves. But the Soviet reports described these objects moving silently through the water, leaving no wake, no disturbance, no evidence of their passage except for the sonar contacts that tracked their impossible movements. It was as if these craft had found a way to move through water without actually displacing it, using some form of propulsion that we don't understand and can't replicate. Commercial fishing vessels have reported nets being damaged or destroyed by objects moving beneath their boats, objects that show up on fish finders as large, fast-moving contacts that suddenly disappear or dive to depths where no known sea life could survive. Some fishermen report seeing lights moving beneath the surface of the ocean, not the bioluminescence of known sea creatures, but structured geometric patterns of light that pulse and move with apparent purpose. Ocean research vessels have captured sonar signatures of objects that don't match any known species or human technology, large disc-shaped contacts that hover motionless in deep water before suddenly accelerating and disappearing, objects that appear to be metallic but move with the fluid grace of living creatures, signatures that suggest craft capable of transitioning seamlessly between air and water, diving from the atmosphere into the ocean without losing speed or changing trajectory. What makes USO reports particularly intriguing is their consistency across cultures, time periods, and geographic locations. Whether you're looking at declassified military documents from the United States, eyewitness accounts from Japanese fishing crews, or sonar logs from European research vessels, the descriptions are remarkably similar. Fast-moving objects that display impossible underwater capabilities, often associated with unusual electromagnetic effects that interfere with electronic equipment. The ocean covers most of our planet's surface and provides perfect cover for activities that someone or something might want to keep hidden from surface-dwelling humans. If you wanted to establish a base or research station on Earth without being detected, the deep ocean would be the perfect location. It's vast, largely unexplored, and hostile to human intrusion. Think about it from a practical standpoint. If an advanced civilization wanted to study Earth and its inhabitants, they would need somewhere to operate from, somewhere to store equipment, somewhere to conduct research without constant interference from curious humans. The deep ocean trenches would provide perfect concealment with crushing depths that make human investigation nearly impossible, and enough space to hide installations of almost any size. The reports keep coming in from military personnel, commercial vessels, and research institutions around the world. Objects that move through water like it's aircrafts that transition between sea and sky without apparent effort, and underwater installations that show up on sonar as geometric structures in places where no human has ever built anything. Whether these reports represent advanced human technology that's being kept secret, natural phenomena that we don't yet understand, or something else entirely, they raise unsettling questions about what might be sharing our planet's oceans with us. The ocean isn't just Earth's final frontier for human exploration. It might be serving as someone else's base of operations, a vast underwater realm where visitors conduct their business far from prying human eyes. And if that's the case, then every time you look out at the ocean, you might be looking not just at Earth's last wilderness, but at the scene of ongoing activities that were not meant to see carried out by intelligences that have found the perfect hiding place in plain sight beneath the waves that we've barely begun to explore. Now, let's discuss something that has genuinely terrified marine biologists and ocean researchers for decades: sounds From the deep that shouldn't exist, the ocean is not a silent place. It's filled with a constant symphony of sounds: whale songs, dolphin clicks, the grinding of tectonic plates, the bubbling of underwater volcanic activity, but sometimes hydrophones. Placed in the deep ocean, pick up sounds that don't match anything in the catalog of known oceanic noise, sounds so massive, so deep, and so alien that they've been given names like the bloop, Julia, and slow down. These aren't just random underwater noises. These are sounds so powerful that they can be detected across thousands of miles of ocean, suggesting sources of almost unimaginable size and acoustic power. To put this in perspective, the largest animals on Earth, blue whales, produce calls that can travel hundreds of miles underwater, but some of these mysterious deep-sea sounds are orders of magnitude more powerful, traveling across entire ocean basins and registering on sensitive instruments thousands of miles away from their source. The bloop is probably the most famous of these mystery sounds, first detected in 1997 by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. The bloop was an ultra-low-frequency sound that lasted for over a minute and was detected by sensors over 3,000 mi apart. The sound appeared to come from somewhere in the remote South Pacific, in one of the deepest and least explored parts of the ocean. What made the bloop so unsettling wasn't just its power, but its characteristics. The sound had a rapid frequency rise similar to the calls of marine animals, but it was far too loud to have been produced by any known species. If it was biological in origin, whatever made it would have to be many times larger than a blue whale, which is already the largest animal known to have ever existed on Earth. Scientists initially theorized that the bloop might have been produced by some unknown species of giant marine animal, something so large that it had managed to avoid human detection despite living in Earth's oceans. But as more analysis was done, that explanation became increasingly unlikely. The sound was simply too powerful to have been produced by any conceivable biological source. Eventually, researchers determined that the bloop was probably caused by ice breaking away from Antarctic glaciers, a process called ice quenching. Large icebergs breaking away from ice shelves can produce sounds that travel vast distances underwater, and the acoustic signature matches what was recorded. But this explanation, while scientifically sound, doesn't account for other mysterious sounds that continue to be detected in Earth's oceans. Julia is another deep-sea mystery sound that has kept researchers puzzled for decades. Detected in 1999, Julia was a sound that lasted for nearly 3 minutes and was picked up by sensors across the Pacific Ocean. Unlike the bloop, Julia had a more complex acoustic signature with multiple frequency components that rose and fell in patterns that seemed almost musical, almost like a conversation being conducted in a language made of underwater sound waves. What made Julia particularly unsettling was its location. The sound appeared to originate from the deepest parts of the Pacific Ocean, in areas where the seafloor plunges to depths of over 20,000 feet. These are regions where the pressure is so intense that no known large marine animals can survive, yet something down there was producing sounds powerful enough to be detected thousands of miles away. The acoustic analysis of Julia revealed characteristics that were unlike anything in the known catalog of ocean sounds. It wasn't the grinding of tectonic plates, which produces a different type of low-frequency rumble. It wasn't volcanic activity, which has its own distinct acoustic signature. And it wasn't ice quenching, which produces sharp cracking sounds rather than the smooth flowing tones of Julia. Some researchers have suggested that Julia might be the sound of massive underwater landslides, where entire sections of the ocean floor collapse and tumble into even deeper trenches. The acoustic signature would be consistent with such an event, and the remote location would explain why no surface effects were observed. But the duration and complexity of the sound make this explanation less than completely satisfying. Then there's slow down, a sound that was detected multiple times between 1997 and 2008. As its name suggests, slowdown was characterized by a long descending frequency that lasted for several minutes. The sound was detected by sensors in the Pacific Ocean, and like the other mystery sounds, it appeared to originate from the deepest parts of the ocean. What made slowdown particularly mysterious was its repetitive nature. Unlike the bloop or Julia, which were one-time events, slowdown was recorded multiple times over the course of several years, always with similar characteristics, always from roughly the same area of the Pacific Ocean. This suggested that whatever was producing the sound was either a recurring natural phenomenon or, more unsettling, something that was actively and repeatedly making noise in The deep ocean, the repetitive nature of slowdown, led some researchers to speculate that it might be biological in origin, perhaps the call of some unknown deep-sea creature, but the sheer power of the sound combined with its extremely low frequency made this explanation problematic. Any animal capable of producing such sounds would have to be truly enormous, and it would have to be living at depths where the pressure and cold would make survival extremely challenging for any known form of life. Official explanations for slowdown have ranged from ice movement to underwater volcanic activity, but none of these theories fully account for the sound's characteristics or its repetitive nature. The sound simply doesn't match the acoustic signatures of known geological or atmospheric phenomena, leaving researchers with more questions than answers. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of these deep-sea mystery sounds isn't what they might be, but what they represent. Their evidence that the deep ocean is far more active and complex than we've ever imagined. Something down there is producing sounds powerful enough to travel across entire ocean basins, and we have no idea what it is or why it's making noise. The ocean covers over 70% of our planet's surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. That means there are vast underwater territories, entire regions of our own planet, that remain completely unknown to us. And in those unknown depths, things are happening. Sounds are being produced, activities are taking place, processes are occurring that we can detect but not understand. Every time we lower a hydrophone into the deep ocean, we risk hearing something that will challenge our understanding of what's possible. In the underwater world, these mystery sounds serve as acoustic evidence that the ocean is full of phenomena that we're not prepared to explain, activities that suggest a level of complexity and power that makes our most advanced human technology seem primitive by comparison. The next time you stand at the edge of the ocean and listen to the waves, remember that beneath the surface, in the crushing depths where no human has ever ventured, there are sounds being produced that can travel thousands of miles through the water, sounds that represent forces and phenomena that we can barely imagine, let alone understand. The ocean is not just vast and deep, it's acoustically alive with mysteries that remind us how little we truly know about the world beneath the waves. Moving from sounds to sights, let's explore one of the ocean's most visually disturbing phenomena: massive underwater whirlpools and vortexes that can appear suddenly and swallow entire vessels whole. These aren't the gentle swirls you might create by stirring your bathtub water. These are enormous, powerful vortexes that can stretch for miles across the ocean surface and extend hundreds of feet down into the depths, creating underwater tornadoes that can trap and destroy anything caught in their grip. The ocean is constantly in motion, with currents, tides, and temperature differences creating complex patterns of water movement that we're only beginning to understand. But sometimes these movements combine in ways that create phenomena so powerful and so sudden that they can turn a calm stretch of ocean into a liquid nightmare within minutes. Maelstroms are among the most feared of these phenomena. These are permanent or semi-permanent whirlpools created by tidal forces, underwater geography, and conflicting currents. The most famous is probably the Maelstrom off the coast of Norway, a whirlpool system that has been terrorizing sailors for centuries. Edgar Allan Poe wrote about it in his story A Descent into the Maelstrom, describing it as a vortex so powerful that it could swallow entire ships and drag them down into the depths. But Poe's fictional account was based on very real reports from sailors who had encountered the Moskowmen and lived to tell about it. These weren't exaggerated sea stories told in taverns. These were detailed accounts of a natural phenomenon that could create whirlpools over 100 feet in diameter, with currents so powerful that they could overcome the engines of modern vessels. The Maelstrom is created by the interaction of tidal forces and the complex underwater geography of the Lofoten Islands. As massive amounts of water rush through narrow channels between islands, they create vortexes that can appear and disappear with the tides during the strongest tidal flows. These whirlpools can be powerful enough to drag down fishing boats and even larger vessels, but permanent maelstrom, like the Moskowmen, are just one type of oceanic vortex. Far more dangerous are the temporary whirlpools that can appear suddenly in open ocean, created by the interaction of underwater currents, temperature differences, and atmospheric conditions. These rogue vortexes can appear in areas where the ocean seems completely calm, giving sailors no warning before they find themselves caught in a liquid trap. Modern satellite imagery has revealed that the ocean is constantly forming and dissolving vortexes of various sizes. Most are too small or too weak to pose a threat to shipping, but some grow to enormous proportions, creating spiral patterns on the ocean surface that can be seen from space. These giant eddies, as they're called, can be hundreds of miles across and can persist for months or even years, slowly rotating like massive underwater hurricanes. What makes these oceanic vortexes particularly dangerous is their unpredictability. Unlike storms, which can be tracked and predicted, underwater vortexes can form rapidly and without warning. A ship can be sailing through apparently calm water when suddenly the ocean surface begins to spiral inward, creating a funnel of water that can trap the vessel and drag it down into the depths. There are documented cases of ships being caught in these spontaneous vortexes and managing to escape, but their accounts are terrifying. The water around the ship begins to move in a circular pattern, slowly at first, then faster and faster. The ship is pulled inexorably toward the center of the vortex, and the crew realizes that their engines are powerless against the force of the rotating water. Some ships have managed to escape by quickly changing course and using full engine power to break free from the outer edges of the vortex before being pulled too far toward the center, but others haven't been so fortunate. Ships have simply vanished in areas where these vortexes are known to form, leaving no trace except for the occasional piece of debris that washes ashore. Weeks or months later, the ocean floor beneath these vortexes often shows evidence of their power. Sonar mapping has revealed deep gouges and holes in the seafloor, places where the rotating water has carved channels and craters in the sediment. Some of these underwater scars are hundreds of feet deep, testament to the incredible force that oceanic vortexes can generate. What's particularly unsettling about these phenomena is that we're still learning about them. Satellite technology has only recently made it possible to track and study oceanic vortexes in detail, and what we're discovering is that they're far more common and far more powerful than we ever imagined. The ocean is constantly forming these rotating water masses, most of which go unnoticed because they occur in remote areas where no ships are present to observe them. But as shipping traffic increases, and as we venture into previously unexplored areas of the ocean, encounters with these phenomena are becoming more common. Modern GPS and satellite communication systems mean that ships can call for help when they encounter dangerous vortexes, but help is often hours or days away. In the middle of the ocean's ability to suddenly and without warning create liquid traps that can swallow entire vessels is a reminder that the sea is not just vast and deep, but actively dangerous in ways that we're only beginning to understand. Every time a ship ventures into open water, it's entering a realm where the very medium it floats on can suddenly turn hostile, creating vortexes and whirlpools that can transform a routine voyage into a fight for survival. These underwater tornadoes serve as a reminder that the ocean is not just a highway for ships or a source of food and resources. It's a dynamic, powerful force that operates according to its own rules, and those rules can change without warning, turning calm water into a swirling death trap that can drag down anything caught in its grip. Now, let's dive into something that will make you question the very nature of life itself, the bizarre creatures that inhabit the deepest parts of our oceans. We're not talking about the familiar dolphins and whales that live near the surface. We're talking about organisms that have evolved in the eternal darkness of the deep sea, creatures so alien and so bizarre that they look like they were designed by someone having a particularly creative nightmare. The deep ocean is home to life forms that challenge every assumption we have about what living things should look like and how they should behave. These are creatures that have never seen sunlight, that have evolved in crushing pressure and near freezing temperatures, that have adapted to an environment so hostile that it makes the surface of Mars look hospitable by comparison. Take the giant tube worms that live around deep-sea hydrothermal vents. These creatures can grow to be over 8 feet long, and they have no mouth, no stomach, and no way to digest food in any conventional sense. Instead, they have evolved a symbiotic relationship with bacteria that live inside their bodies. The bacteria convert the toxic chemicals spewing from the hydrothermal vents into energy, and the tube worms absorb the nutrients they need to survive. Think about that for a moment. These are animals that have evolved to survive on poison, the hydrogen sulfide And other chemicals that would kill most life forms are their primary source of nutrition. They've essentially turned their own bodies into living chemical factories using bacteria as internal partners to convert deadly toxins into the energy they need to live and grow. But giant tube worms are just the beginning. The deep sea is populated by creatures that look like they were assembled from spare parts by a mad scientist. There are fish with transparent heads, so you can see their brains floating inside their skull like biological snow globes. There are creatures with telescoping jaws that can extend to capture prey twice their body size. There are organisms that look more like alien spacecraft than living animals. The vampire squid, despite its ominous name, doesn't actually suck blood. Instead, it has developed one of the most disturbing defense mechanisms in the animal kingdom. When threatened, it can turn itself inside out, revealing rows of sharp spines and bioluminescent organs that flash in patterns designed to confuse and terrify potential predators. Imagine encountering something that literally transforms itself into a living constellation of lights and spines. When you get too close, then there are the deep sea anglerfish, creatures that have evolved such extreme sexual dimorphism that the males and females look like completely different species. The females can grow to be several feet long, with massive mouths filled with needle-sharp teeth and a bioluminescent lure that dangles from their heads like a fishing line. The males, on the other hand, are tiny, often less than an inch long, and their sole purpose in life is to find a female and fuse with her body, becoming nothing more than a permanent sperm-producing appendage. This isn't just unusual behavior. This is a complete reimagining of what it means to be a separate organism. The male anglerfish literally becomes part of the female's body, losing his individual identity and becoming a biological component of another creature. Its reproduction taken to such an extreme that it becomes a form of biological horror. The deep sea is also home to creatures that seem to exist in a constant state of transparency. Glass sponges, some of which are thousands of years old, filter water through their translucent bodies like living architectural structures. Jellyfish with completely transparent bodies drift through the water like ghosts, visible only by the faint outline of their bell and the trailing tentacles that can stretch for dozens of feet. But perhaps the most unsettling deep-sea creatures are the ones that seem to be constantly changing, constantly adapting, constantly evolving. In real-time, deep-sea octopuses that can not only change their color and texture, but can also reshape their bodies to mimic other creatures or inanimate objects. They can transform themselves into flatfish, into pieces of coral, into floating debris, becoming perfect mimics of their environment. These aren't just simple color changes like the ones you might see in shallow water octopuses. These are complete physical transformations that involve changing the texture, shape, and even the apparent size of their bodies. They can create fake eyes on their skin, develop artificial fins, or even split their appearance so that they look like multiple smaller creatures instead of one large one. Some deep-sea creatures have evolved to be living light shows with complex bioluminescent displays that pulse and flow across their bodies in patterns that seem almost like communication. They can create moving waves of light, flashing geometric patterns, or steady glows that can be turned on and off like biological flashlights. But here's what really keeps marine biologists awake at night. Every deep-sea expedition brings back footage of creatures that don't match any known species, things that look like living ribbons, hundreds of feet-long organisms that appear to be made of pure light. Creatures that seem to phase in and out of visibility like biological ghosts. The deep ocean is constantly producing new species, new forms of life that challenge our understanding of biology and evolution. These aren't just variations on familiar themes. These are completely novel life forms that have evolved solutions to survival that we never imagined were possible. And the deeper we go, the stranger it gets. At the very bottom of the ocean trenches, in the deepest, most hostile parts of our planet, life not only survives but thrives in forms that are so alien they barely seem to belong on Earth at all. These creatures serve as living reminders that life is far more creative, far more adaptable, and far more bizarre than we ever imagined. Every time we think we've seen the strangest thing, the ocean has to offer something even more impossible. Swims into the lights of our deep-sea cameras, reminding us that the boundaries between science and science fiction become very blurry. When you're exploring the deepest parts of our own planet, let's turn our attention to something that has puzzled oceanographers for decades and continues to challenge our understanding of marine ecosystems: mass marine die-offs that occur without Explanation: we're not talking about the occasional dead fish washing up on beaches after storms or pollution incidents. We're talking about massive coordinated deaths of marine life that happen suddenly, sometimes involving millions of animals. Across hundreds of miles of ocean with no apparent cause and no clear pattern, these events are deeply unsettling because they suggest that something can happen in the ocean that affects entire ecosystems simultaneously, something that can kill vast numbers of creatures across multiple species and vast distances without leaving behind clear evidence of what caused the die-off. It's as if the ocean itself can suddenly become toxic or hostile to life, turning from a nurturing environment into a death trap within hours or days. One of the most disturbing examples occurred in the Gulf of Mexico in 2014, when millions of fish, dolphins, turtles, and other marine life began washing up dead along hundreds of miles of coastline. The die-off wasn't limited to a single species or a single location. It affected everything from tiny fish to large marine mammals, and it stretched across multiple states and countries. Initial investigations suggested that the die-off might be related to an algae bloom, a natural phenomenon where certain types of algae multiply rapidly and produce toxins that can kill marine life. But the scale and scope of the die-off didn't match typical algae bloom patterns. The deaths were too widespread, too coordinated, and too severe to be explained by a simple algae bloom. Further investigation revealed that the dead animals showed signs of neurological damage, as if something had affected their nervous systems and caused them to lose their ability to navigate, feed, or even breathe properly. But whatever had caused this neurological damage left no trace in the water, no residue in the tissues of the dead animals, no clear evidence of what had happened. Similar mass die-offs have occurred around the world, often with the same mysterious characteristics. In Chile, millions of sardines died overnight in what appeared to be a coordinated event that stretched across vast areas of the Pacific Ocean. In Japan, massive numbers of deep-sea fish began washing up on beaches, including species that normally live at depths where they never encounter humans. What makes these events particularly unsettling is their apparent coordination. These aren't random deaths scattered across time and space. These are simultaneous mass mortality events that affect entire ecosystems, as if some invisible switch had been flipped, turning the ocean from a life-supporting environment into a death zone. Some researchers have suggested that these die-offs might be related to changes in ocean chemistry, perhaps caused by pollution, climate change, or natural variations in water temperature and acidity. But the chemical analysis of water samples from die-off sites often shows nothing unusual: no toxins, no pollutants, no obvious changes in the water chemistry that would explain why millions of animals suddenly died. Others have proposed that the die-offs might be related to disease outbreaks, pathogens that spread rapidly through marine populations and cause mass mortality. But the dead animals rarely show signs of infection, and the speed of these events suggests something more immediate and catastrophic than a typical disease outbreak. There are more exotic theories, of course. Some researchers have suggested that these die-offs might be related to changes in the Earth's magnetic field, which many marine animals use for navigation. A sudden shift in magnetic patterns could theoretically cause mass disorientation and death among species that rely on magnetic navigation to find food and avoid predators. Others have proposed that the die-offs might be related to underwater seismic activity, earthquakes, or volcanic eruptions that produce sound waves or pressure changes that can damage the internal organs of marine animals. But seismic monitoring stations rarely detect unusual activity in the areas where these die-offs occur. Perhaps most disturbing of all are the theories that suggest these die-offs might be related to human activities that we don't fully understand: military sonar testing, underwater weapons testing, deep-sea mining, or other industrial activities that produce sound waves, pressure changes, or chemical releases that can affect marine life in ways we haven't anticipated. The ocean is subject to an increasing number of human activities that we're only beginning to understand. We're conducting seismic surveys for oil exploration, testing military sonar systems, mining the deep-sea floor, and releasing chemicals and pollutants that can interact with marine ecosystems in complex and unpredictable ways. What if some of these activities are triggering chain reactions in ocean ecosystems, causing mass die-offs that appear to be natural but are actually the result of human interference with marine environments? What if we're conducting experiments on the ocean without realizing it, and The mass die-offs are the results of those experiments. The truth is we simply don't know what's causing these mass mortality events. They continue to occur, they continue to baffle researchers, and they continue to serve as reminders that the ocean is far more complex and fragile than we understand. Something is happening out there, something that can kill millions of marine animals simultaneously, and we have no idea what it is or how to stop it. These mass die-offs are like ecological crime. Scenes where the perpetrator has left virtually no evidence behind. The victims are obvious: millions of dead animals washing up on beaches around the world, but the cause remains mysterious, hidden in the vast complexity of ocean systems that we're only beginning to explore and understand. Every time one of these events occurs, it raises the same terrifying questions. What force is powerful enough to cause coordinated death across entire ocean ecosystems? Is it natural or artificial? Is it getting worse? And perhaps most unsettling of all, what does it mean for the future of life in our oceans? Now, let's explore one of the ocean's most enduring and terrifying mysteries: sea serpents and marine cryptids. While mainstream science has largely dismissed reports of giant sea monsters as misidentified whales, floating logs, or the products of overactive imaginations, the sheer number and consistency of these reports across cultures and time periods suggest that there might be something more to these stories than simple myth and folklore. Sailors have been reporting encounters with enormous serpentine creatures for thousands of years. These aren't vague sightings of distant objects that might have been anything. These are detailed accounts of encounters with massive living creatures that display behaviors and characteristics that don't match any known species of marine life. The reports are remarkably consistent across different time periods and geographic locations. Witnesses describe creatures that are hundreds of feet long with snake-like bodies, elongated necks, and the ability to move through water with speed and grace that seems impossible for something of such enormous size. These creatures are often described as having multiple humps or coils that rise above the water surface, creating the appearance of a giant serpent swimming through the ocean. One of the most famous encounters occurred in 1934 when the crew of the steamship Santa Clara reported a close encounter with a massive sea serpent off the coast of California. The creature was described as being over 100 feet long, with a head the size of a small boat and a body that moved through the water in undulating coils. The encounter lasted for several minutes, giving the crew ample time to observe the creature. An estimated size. What made this sighting particularly credible was the number of witnesses involved. The entire crew of the Santa Clara, over 20 experienced sailors, observed the creature and provided consistent descriptions of its appearance and behavior. These weren't land lovers who might mistake a whale for a sea monster. These were professional mariners who had spent years at sea and were familiar with all the known forms of marine life. Similar encounters have been reported throughout history, from ancient Greek and Roman accounts of sea monsters to modern sightings by commercial fishing vessels and naval personnel. The descriptions remain remarkably consistent: enormous serpentine creatures that move through the water with a fluid snake-like motion, often displaying multiple humps or coils above the surface. But sea serpents aren't the only cryptids that have been reported in the world's oceans. There are accounts of giant cephalopods, octopuses, and squids that are far larger than any known species. While science has confirmed the existence of giant squids that can reach lengths of over 40 feet, some reports describe cephalopods that are several times larger, with tentacles that can reach over 200 feet in length. These supergiant squids are often described as being capable of attacking large ships, wrapping their tentacles around vessels and attempting to drag them underwater. While such reports are often dismissed as sailors' tales, there are documented cases of ships being damaged by large cephalopods, including modern vessels with steel hulls that have been found with massive sucker marks and gouges that suggest encounters with creatures much larger than any known species. The deep ocean provides perfect habitat for creatures that might have evolved to enormous sizes. The lack of light, the stable temperatures, and the abundance of food in certain deep-sea environments could theoretically support the evolution of marine animals far larger than anything we've discovered. The giant tube worms around hydrothermal vents, for example, represent life forms that grow to sizes that would be impossible in surface environments. What if there are entire ecosystems in the deep ocean that support the evolution of creatures that occasionally venture into shallower waters where they're glimpsed by surface vessels? What if the reports of sea serpents and giant cephalopods represent brief encounters with creatures that normally live in the deepest parts of the ocean in regions that we've never explored. The ocean covers over 70% of our planet's surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. That leaves vast areas of underwater territory that remain completely unknown to science. In those unexplored regions, evolution has had millions of years to produce life forms that might be unlike anything we've ever imagined. Modern sonar and underwater camera technology have revealed that the ocean is full of surprises. Every deep-sea expedition discovers new species, new ecosystems, and new forms of life that challenge our understanding of what's possible in marine environments. If creatures like giant tube worms and transparent jellyfish can evolve in the deep sea, what else might be down there waiting to be discovered? Some of the most intriguing evidence for unknown marine creatures comes from sonar contacts that don't match any known species. Military and commercial vessels regularly detect large moving objects underwater that are too big to be known marine animals and too active to be geological features. These contacts are often dismissed as equipment malfunctions or unusual acoustic conditions. But the reports keep coming in from around the world. There are also the carcasses that occasionally wash up on beaches, remains of creatures that don't match any known species. These beach finds are often badly decomposed, making positive identification difficult, but they sometimes display characteristics that suggest unknown forms of marine life. Long serpentine bodies, unusual bone structures, and sizes that exceed anything in the catalog of known marine species, while mainstream science remains skeptical of crypt reports. The sheer volume and consistency of these accounts across different cultures and time periods suggest that there might be something more to these stories than simple imagination. The ocean is vast, largely unexplored, and full of life forms that challenge our understanding of what's possible. Every time we think we've cataloged all the possible forms of marine life, the ocean surprises us with something new, something that makes us reconsider what we thought we knew about the creatures that inhabit the depths. The reports of sea serpents and giant cephalopods might represent encounters with creatures that science hasn't discovered yet, inhabitants of the deep ocean that occasionally venture into the shallow waters where humans can observe them. These encounters serve as reminders that the ocean is far from being fully explored or understood. There are mysteries swimming in the depths, creatures that exist at the edges of our knowledge, just beyond the reach of our current scientific understanding. And until we've explored every corner of the ocean, we can't be completely certain what's down there waiting in the darkness, occasionally rising to the surface to remind us that the sea still holds secrets that would challenge everything we think we know about life on our planet. Let's venture into territory that will make you question the very nature of time and memory, time distortions, and navigational anomalies that occur in certain areas of the ocean. We're not talking about simple compass malfunctions or GPS errors. We're talking about documented cases where ships and aircraft have experienced inexplicable alterations in time, space, and direction that suggest there are places in the ocean where the normal rules of physics don't seem to apply. Pilots and ship captains have reported entering areas of ocean where their instruments begin to malfunction in ways that seem impossible. Compasses spin wildly, GPS systems show impossible locations, and navigation equipment provides readings that would place their vessels in completely different parts of the world. But these aren't just equipment failures. The crews report that their perception of time and distance also becomes distorted, with journeys that should take hours being completed in minutes, or trips that feel like they've taken days being accomplished in normal time. One of the most documented cases involved a commercial airliner flying over the Atlantic Ocean in 1989. The crew reported that their navigation instruments began showing impossible readings, indicating that they were simultaneously in multiple locations. The aircraft's compass spun freely. The GPS showed their position as being hundreds of miles from where they should have been, and radio communications with ground control became intermittent and distorted. But here's where the story becomes truly unsettling. The flight, which should have taken 6 hours, was completed in just over 4 hours, despite the aircraft maintaining normal speed and altitude. Throughout the journey, the crew reported no sense of acceleration or changes in their flight path, yet they had somehow covered the same distance in significantly less time than should have been possible. Ground control confirmed that the aircraft had indeed arrived ahead of schedule, and radar tracking showed no deviations from the planned flight path, yet the flight logs, fuel consumption records, and passenger accounts all confirmed that the journey had been completed in impossible time. It was as if the aircraft had somehow slipped through a fold in space-seam, covering normal distance in accelerated time, without anyone aboard being aware of the change. Similar incidents have been reported by ships crossing certain areas of the ocean. Vessels have reported entering regions where their navigation equipment begins to provide contradictory readings, showing their position as being in multiple locations simultaneously. The crew reports that the ocean itself seems to look different in these areas, with water that appears to have unusual color or texture and horizons that seem to bend or distort in ways that shouldn't be possible. Some ships have reported completing journeys in impossible time, arriving at their destinations hours or even days ahead of schedule despite maintaining normal speed. Others have reported the opposite effect, with journeys taking far longer than expected, as if they had become trapped in areas where time moves more slowly than normal. The crews of these vessels often report that their perception of time becomes distorted while in these anomalous areas. Watches and clocks seem to run at different speeds, with some timepieces running fast, while others run slow. Crew members report losing track of time, with hours passing that feel like minutes, or minutes that seem to stretch into hours. Navigation becomes nearly impossible in these areas, with instruments providing readings that contradict each other and change from moment to moment. Compasses point in impossible directions. GPS systems show locations that don't exist, and star navigation becomes unreliable as celestial objects appear to be in the wrong positions relative to Earth. What makes these reports particularly unsettling is that they often occur in areas of ocean that are far from any known magnetic anomalies or unusual geological features. These aren't places where you might expect navigation equipment to malfunction due to natural causes. They're often in the middle of seemingly normal stretches of ocean areas that have been crossed by thousands of ships and aircraft without incident. Some researchers have theorized that these anomalies might be related to underwater magnetic fields, perhaps caused by mineral deposits on the ocean floor that create localized distortions in Earth's magnetic field. But magnetic anomalies typically affect only compass readings, not GPS systems, clocks, or human perception of time and distance. Others have suggested that these incidents might be related to atmospheric phenomena, unusual weather conditions that can affect radio communications and navigation equipment. But the reported effects go far beyond simple radio interference, involving changes in time perception and spatial relationships that can't be explained by atmospheric conditions. There are more exotic theories. Of course, some researchers have proposed that these ocean anomalies might represent natural distortions in space-seam areas where the fabric of reality is somehow bent or folded, creating pockets where the normal rules of physics don't apply. While such theories might sound like science fiction, they're not entirely inconsistent with our current understanding of physics, which allows for the possibility that gravity and other forces might create localized distortions in space-seam. What if there are areas of the ocean where the interaction between Earth's magnetic field, gravitational forces, and other natural phenomena creates conditions that can affect time and space in ways we don't understand? What if the ocean contains natural laboratories where the laws of physics are tested and occasionally broken? The reports keep coming in from around the world, from experienced pilots, ship captains, and navigation officers who have encountered areas of ocean where their instruments fail and their perception of reality becomes unreliable. These aren't inexperienced travelers or unreliable witnesses. These are professionals who depend on accurate navigation for their livelihood and safety. Each report adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests there are places in the ocean where the normal rules don't apply, where time and space can become distorted in ways that challenge our understanding of reality itself. These anomalies serve as reminders that the ocean is not just a body of water, but a complex system that might interact with natural forces in ways that we're only beginning to understand. Every time a ship or aircraft encounters one of these anomalous areas, it raises the same fundamental questions. What forces are at work in these regions? How do they affect time, space, and human perception? And perhaps most importantly, what do these anomalies tell us about the true nature of reality on our planet? These navigational mysteries suggest that the ocean might be more than just Earth's final frontier. It might be a window into aspects of physics and reality that we haven't yet learned to understand or explain. Now, let's delve into something that challenges Our understanding of marine biology and evolution, hybrid creatures and impossible species that have been discovered in the ocean's depths. We're not talking about simple genetic variations or unusual color patterns. We're talking about creatures that appear to be combinations of different species animals that display characteristics from multiple evolutionary lineages and life forms that seem to represent entirely new categories of marine life. The deep ocean has produced creatures that look like they were assembled from parts of different animals, as if evolution had decided to experiment with mixing and matching characteristics from various species to create something entirely new. These hybrid creatures challenge our understanding of how evolution works and raise questions about whether the deep ocean might be an environment where the normal rules of speciation and genetic isolation don't apply. Marine biologists have discovered fish that appear to be combinations of different species displaying characteristics that shouldn't exist in the same organism. There are creatures with the body structure of one species, but the feeding mechanisms of another, animals with the reproductive organs of one evolutionary line, but the sensory systems of a completely different group. One of the most puzzling examples is a deep-sea fish discovered in the Mariana Trench that appears to be a hybrid between an anglerfish and a gulper eel. The creature has the expandable jaw and stomach of a gulper eel, allowing it to swallow prey much larger than itself, but it also has the bioluminescent lure of an anglerfish, which it uses to attract prey in the darkness of the deep ocean. From an evolutionary standpoint, this combination shouldn't exist. Anglerfish and gulper eels are from completely different evolutionary lineages, separated by millions of years of evolution. They have different reproductive strategies, different feeding behaviors, and different anatomical structures. Yet this creature seems to combine the best features of both species in a single organism. Genetic analysis of the creature has revealed DNA sequences that match both anglerfish and gulper eel patterns, but in combinations that don't fit any known model of hybrid formation. It's as if the creature represents a completely new form of evolutionary development, one that doesn't follow the normal rules of genetic inheritance and species development. Similar discoveries have been made throughout the deep ocean, creatures that appear to be combinations of jellyfish and fish organisms that display characteristics of both vertebrates and invertebrates, and life forms that seem to represent entirely new categories of marine biology. There are deep-sea cephalopods with tentacles that display vertebrate-like structures, including what appears to be a primitive spinal column. These creatures seem to represent evolutionary experiments that blur the lines between major taxonomic groups, suggesting that the deep ocean might be an environment where evolution operates under different rules. Then we understand what makes these hybrid creatures particularly unsettling is that they often display enhanced abilities that exceed what either parent species should be capable of. The anglerfish gulper eel hybrid, for example, can survive at depths and pressures that would kill either of its apparent parent species individually. It's as if the combination of genetic material has created something that's more resilient and adaptable than anything that should be possible through normal evolutionary processes. Some researchers have theorized that these hybrid creatures might be the result of horizontal gene transfer, a process where genetic material is shared between species without traditional reproduction. While this process is well documented in bacteria and some plants, it's extremely rare in complex marine animals. Yet the genetic analysis of these deep-sea hybrids suggests that extensive horizontal gene transfer might be occurring in the deep ocean environment. The pressure, temperature, and chemical conditions of the deep ocean might create an environment where the normal barriers between species break down, allowing genetic material to flow between organisms in ways that would be impossible in surface environments. This could explain why the deep ocean seems to produce creatures that represent impossible combinations of different evolutionary lineages. But there's something even more disturbing about these hybrid creatures. Many of them display behaviors and abilities that don't match anything in their apparent genetic heritage. They use hunting strategies that neither parent species employs. They communicate using methods that are completely novel, and they interact with their environment in ways that suggest intelligence and adaptability that exceed what should be possible based on their genetic background. It's as if these creatures aren't just genetic hybrids, but behavioral and cognitive hybrids as well, combining not just physical characteristics, but also learned behaviors and problem-solving abilities from multiple species. This suggests that the deep ocean might be an environment where not just genetic material, but also behavioral information and possibly even consciousness itself can be shared between different forms of life. The implications of these discoveries extend far beyond marine biology. If creatures in the deep ocean can combine genetic material behaviors and cognitive abilities from multiple species, it suggests that evolution itself might be more fluid and adaptable than we've ever imagined. The fixed categories that we use to classify life might be human constructs that don't reflect the true flexibility and creativity of evolutionary processes. Every new deep-sea expedition brings back evidence of creatures that challenge our understanding of what's possible in terms of evolution and speciation. These hybrid organisms serve as living reminders that life is far more creative and adaptable than our current scientific models can explain. They suggest that the deep ocean is not just Earth's final frontier, but also evolution's most experimental laboratory, where the boundaries between species consciousness and reality itself become blurred in ways that we're only beginning to comprehend. The ocean depths continue to produce mysteries that force us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about life, evolution, and the nature of consciousness itself. And with each new discovery, the line between the possible and the impossible becomes increasingly difficult to define. Let's explore one of the ocean's most chilling phenomena: the presence of ghost ships and phantom vessels that appear on radar, sonar, and visual sightings, only to vanish without explanation. These aren't historical tales of legendary ghost ships like the Flying Dutchman. These are modern encounters with vessels that seem to exist at the boundary between reality and impossibility. Ships that appear to be real but behave in ways that defy our understanding of physics and maritime engineering. Commercial shipping vessels, military craft, and fishing boats regularly report encounters with ships that appear on their radar screens but can't be seen visually, or vessels that are clearly visible but don't register on any electronic detection equipment. These phantom ships often appear to be moving at impossible speeds, traveling in directions that would be dangerous or impossible for real vessels, or maintaining positions in areas where no ship should be able to survive. The encounters typically begin with a routine radar contact, a blip on the screen that indicates another vessel in the area. When crews attempt to make radio contact or visually identify the ship, they discover something that shouldn't exist: a vessel that appears to be from a different era, often displaying characteristics of ships that were built decades or even centuries ago, yet moving through modern shipping lanes with apparent ease. One of the most documented cases occurred in the North Atlantic in 2007, when the crew of a container ship reported a prolonged encounter with a sailing vessel that appeared to be from the 18th or 19th century. The ship was clearly visible through binoculars, complete with tall masts, square-rigged sails, and a wooden hull that showed signs of age and weather damage. What made this encounter particularly unsettling was that the sailing ship was maintaining a course and speed that should have been impossible given the weather conditions. The modern container ship was struggling with heavy seas and strong winds, yet the phantom sailing vessel appeared to glide through the rough water without any apparent difficulty. Its sails filled with wind that didn't seem to affect its rigging or movement in the normal way. The encounter lasted for over 2 hours, with the phantom ship maintaining a parallel course with the modern vessel. The crew attempted to make radio contact using multiple frequencies, but received no response. When they tried to photograph the sailing ship, their digital cameras malfunctioned, producing only blank images or strange visual distortions that made the photos unusable. As suddenly as it had appeared, the phantom sailing ship simply vanished. One moment, it was clearly visible on the horizon, and the next moment, it was gone without any indication of where it had gone or how it had disappeared. The crew's radar showed no trace of the vessel, and a thorough search of the area revealed no evidence that another ship had ever been present. Similar encounters have been reported throughout the world's oceans, often involving ships that appear to be from different historical periods. There are reports of World War II-era warships appearing in modern shipping lanes, complete with period-appropriate camouflage and armament, but showing no signs of rust or deterioration despite being decades old. These phantom warships often appear to be engaged in combat maneuvers, following tactical patterns and maintaining formations that would be appropriate for naval warfare. but without any apparent enemy or objective. They respond to no radio communications, show no recognition of modern vessels, and disappear as suddenly as they arrive. Even more disturbing are reports of modern vessels appearing as phantom ships. Commercial shipping companies have received reports of their own ships being sighted in locations thousands of miles from where the vessels were actually operating. These phantom duplicates appear to be perfect copies of real ships, complete with accurate hull markings, cargo configurations, and even crew members who can be seen moving about the decks. The implications of these sightings are deeply unsettling. If phantom ships can appear that are exact duplicates of real vessels, it suggests that something in the ocean environment can create perfect copies of ships and crews, mirror images that exist independently of their originals. What force could be capable of such precise duplication, and what happens to these phantom copies when they disappear? Some researchers have theorized that these phantom ships might be temporal echoes, somehow preserved impressions of vessels that have passed through certain areas of ocean. According to this theory, specific conditions in the ocean environment might be capable of recording and replaying images of ships, like a natural recording device that can reproduce the appearance and movement of vessels that were present at some point in the past. But this theory doesn't explain the interactive nature of many phantom ship encounters. These aren't just visual replays of past events. The phantom ships often respond to the presence of real vessels, changing course to avoid collisions, maintaining parallel courses, or even appearing to follow modern ships for extended periods. Other theories suggest that phantom ships might be reflections or projections from parallel dimensions, somehow visible in our reality due to unusual conditions in the ocean environment. While this explanation might sound like science fiction, it's not entirely inconsistent with current theories in quantum physics that allow for the possibility of multiple parallel realities existing simultaneously. The ocean covers most of our planet's surface and contains electromagnetic fields, pressure variations, and chemical conditions that we don't fully understand. What if certain combinations of these factors can create windows between different realities, allowing ships from other dimensions or time periods to become temporarily visible in our world? Military vessels have reported some of the most disturbing phantom ship encounters, including sightings of their own ships in impossible locations. Naval commanders have received reports of their vessels being seen in areas where they knew their ships weren't operating, creating security concerns about unknown vessels using their ship's appearance for covert operations. But investigation of these reports often reveals that the phantom ships display characteristics that no imposter could replicate: accurate hull numbers, correct crew uniforms, and even specific damage or modifications that would be known only to the ship's actual crew. These phantom duplicates appear to be perfect copies down to the smallest details, suggesting that they're not human-made deceptions, but something far more mysterious. The psychological impact on crews who encounter phantom ships is significant and lasting. Sailors report that these encounters create a sense of unreality that can persist for weeks or months after the event. They describe feeling as if they've glimpsed something that shouldn't exist, a crack in the normal order of reality that makes them question their understanding of the world around them. These encounters serve as reminders that the ocean remains a place of mystery and impossibility, where the boundaries between past and present, real and unreal, become blurred in ways that challenge our understanding of reality itself. Every phantom ship sighting adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests the ocean might be more than just a body of water, but a complex environment where time, space, and consciousness interact in ways that we're only beginning to glimpse. The sea continues to produce encounters that force us to reconsider what we think we know about the nature of reality, time, and existence itself. And until we understand what forces are at work in the ocean depths, phantom ships will continue to sail the edge between the possible and the impossible, reminding us that the sea still holds secrets that could change everything we believe about our world. Now, let's examine one of the ocean's most disturbing mysteries: the phenomenon of underwater cities and structures that appear on sonar and underwater cameras only to vanish when investigation teams return to study them. These aren't ancient ruins or known archaeological sites. These are structures that appear to be actively maintained, showing signs of recent construction or modification, yet they exist in areas of ocean where no human civilization should be able to survive. Deep sea exploration vessels regularly encounter sonar contacts that indicate large geometric structures on the ocean floor. These Contacts show clear architectural features, straight lines, right angles, and geometric patterns that are inconsistent with natural geological formations. The structures appear to be enormous, sometimes covering areas equivalent to major cities with what appears to be roads, buildings, and even complex infrastructure systems. When exploration teams return to investigate these structures more closely, they often find that the sonar contacts have disappeared completely. The ocean floor in the target area shows no sign that any structures were ever present. It's as if the underwater cities exist only temporarily, appearing on detection equipment for brief periods before vanishing without a trace. One of the most documented cases occurred in the Pacific Ocean in 2012, when a deep-sea mapping project detected what appeared to be a massive underwater complex at a depth of over 3 miles. The sonar images showed structures that looked like a vast city, complete with what appeared to be streets laid out in geometric patterns, large rectangular buildings, and even what looked like harbor facilities designed for underwater vessels. The mapping team spent weeks documenting the site, creating detailed sonar maps, and planning a manned submersible expedition to investigate the structures directly. But when the submersible team arrived at the coordinates, they found only empty ocean floor. The elaborate structures that had been clearly visible on sonar just weeks earlier had completely disappeared, leaving behind no evidence that they had ever existed. Even more disturbing, the geological features of the ocean floor in the area had changed. The depth measurements were different, the sediment patterns had altered, and even the basic topography of the seafloor didn't match the original survey data. It was as if the entire area had been somehow reset, returned to a natural state that erased all evidence of the artificial structures. Similar incidents have been reported throughout the world's oceans, often involving structures that appear to be not just buildings, but entire technological complexes. There are sonar contacts that show what appear to be underwater factories with geometric shapes that suggest industrial machinery processing facilities, and even what look like power generation systems. These phantom industrial complexes often appear to be active, showing movement and changes over time that suggest they're not just abandoned structures, but operational facilities. Sonar operators report seeing objects moving within the complexes, following patterns that suggest organized activity and purposeful operation. But when investigation teams arrive, they find nothing but empty ocean. The complex sonar signatures that indicated active industrial operations vanished completely, leaving behind ocean floor that appears to have been undisturbed for thousands of years. Some of the most unsettling reports involve underwater cities that appear to be inhabited. Sonar and underwater camera systems detect not just structures, but movement patterns that suggest the presence of inhabitants going about daily activities. There are regular movement patterns that suggest traffic flow, periodic changes in the structures that suggest maintenance and construction activities, and even what appears to be organized expansion of the city complexes. Over time, these phantom cities seem to follow logical urban development patterns, growing and changing in ways that would be consistent with active inhabited communities. New structures appear in locations that make sense from an urban planning perspective. Existing buildings are modified or expanded, and the overall layout of the cities evolves in ways that suggest intelligent design and long-term planning. But every attempt to directly observe these underwater civilizations results in the same outcome: complete disappearance of all structures and inhabitants, leaving behind ocean floor that shows no sign of ever having been disturbed by artificial construction. The technology required to create such elaborate sonar illusions would be far beyond anything currently available to human civilization. The phantom cities show up on multiple types of detection equipment simultaneously, including sonar, magnetometers, and underwater cameras. They cast shadows, reflect sound waves in ways consistent with solid structures, and even affect local water currents and patterns that would be expected from large underwater obstacles. This suggests that the structures are physically real when they're detected, not just electronic illusions or equipment malfunctions. Yet they disappear so completely that no trace of their existence can be found, even with the most sophisticated investigation equipment available. Some researchers have theorized that these phantom cities might exist in temporal phases that only occasionally synchronize with our normal time frame. According to this theory, there might be entire civilizations existing in the ocean depths, but in a different temporal phase that makes them normally invisible to our detection equipment. Occasionally, according to this theory, the temporal phases might align, making these underwater civilizations briefly visible to our instruments before they phase back out of our time frame. This would explain why the cities appear to be active and inhabited when they're detected, but vanish completely when investigation teams arrive. Other theories suggest that these structures might exist in parallel dimensions that occasionally overlap with our reality. The ocean environment, with its unique pressure conditions, electromagnetic fields, and chemical compositions, might create windows between dimensions that allow structures from parallel realities to become temporarily visible in our world. What makes these theories particularly unsettling is that they suggest the possibility of entire civilizations existing in the ocean depths parallel to our own reality. But normally invisible to us, these phantom cities might represent glimpses of underwater societies that have developed independently of surface civilization, using technology and social structures that we can't even imagine the disappearance of. The structures, when investigation teams arrive, raises disturbing questions about the relationship between these phantom cities and surface civilization. Are they aware of our attempts to study them? Do they deliberately hide from direct observation? Or are they simply existing in a different phase of reality that makes direct contact impossible? Every new detection of phantom underwater structures adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests the ocean depths might harbor forms of civilization and intelligence that exist beyond our current understanding of reality. These phantom cities serve as reminders that the sea might be far more populated and complex than we realize, home to societies that operate according to rules and principles that we haven't yet learned to comprehend. The ocean continues to challenge our understanding of what's possible, producing evidence of civilizations that exist at the edge of our perception, always just beyond our ability to study or understand them directly. And until we develop the technology and theoretical framework to bridge the gap between our reality and theirs, these phantom underwater cities will continue to appear and disappear, tantalizing glimpses of possibilities that could change everything we believe about life, intelligence, and civilization on our planet. Let's turn our attention to one of the ocean's most psychologically disturbing phenomena: the reports of human voices and conversations that are detected coming from areas of ocean where no people should be present. These aren't random sounds or acoustic anomalies that might be mistaken for human speech. These are clear, coherent conversations in recognizable languages, often involving multiple speakers engaged in detailed discussions, emergency calls for help, or even casual conversations that suggest the presence of communities of people living somehow beneath the waves. Underwater microphone systems or hydrophones deployed throughout the world's oceans regularly pick up acoustic signatures that sound unmistakably like human speech. These recordings capture conversations that are clear enough to understand, involving speakers who use normal speech patterns, familiar accents, and contemporary language. The conversations often last for hours, suggesting the presence of active human communities in areas where no surface vessels are present and no underwater habitats are known to exist. One of the most documented cases occurred in the North Atlantic in 2015, when a research vessel monitoring whale communications detected what appeared to be a lengthy conversation between multiple people. The hydrophone recordings captured over 6 hours of clear human speech, involving what sounded like a family discussion about daily activities, work schedules, and social interactions. The conversation was in English with accents that suggested the speakers were from various English-speaking countries. They discussed mundane topics like weather, food preparation, and social plans, exactly the kind of casual conversation you might overhear in any community. That the hydrophones that captured these conversations were deployed at a depth of over 2 miles in an area of ocean where the water pressure would instantly kill any unprotected human being. The research team conducted an extensive search of the area using both surface vessels and underwater detection equipment to look for any sign of human presence. They found no ships, no underwater facilities, no diving operations, and no evidence that people had ever been in the area yet. The hydrophone recordings continued to capture human conversations for several more days before the voices finally stopped. Similar incidents have been reported throughout the world's oceans, often involving conversations that seem to reflect the cultural and linguistic characteristics of different regions. In the Pacific, hydrophones have detected conversations in Japanese, Mandarin, and various Pacific Islander languages. In the Atlantic, recordings have captured discussions in English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. The conversations always sound natural and unforced, as if the speakers are engaged in normal daily activities. What makes these vocal phenomena particularly unsettling is that the conversations often include references to current events, modern technology, and contemporary cultural topics. These aren't historical recordings somehow preserved in the ocean environment. The speakers discuss recent news, events, mention modern devices and technologies, and use current slang and cultural references that place their conversations firmly in the present day. Some of the most disturbing recordings involve what appear to be emergency situations. Hydrophones have captured conversations that sound like distress calls, with speakers requesting help, reporting emergencies, or coordinating rescue operations. These emergency conversations use standard maritime radio protocols and emergency procedures, suggesting that the speakers are familiar with modern safety and communication systems. But when rescue operations are launched in response to these apparent distress calls, search teams find no evidence of any emergency situation. There are no ships in distress, no people in the water, no debris or other signs that would indicate an actual emergency. The distress calls appear to be coming from communities of people who exist somewhere beneath the ocean surface, dealing with emergencies that are real to them, but invisible to surface rescue operations. Even more puzzling are the recordings that suggest the presence of entire underwater communities engaged in complex social and economic activities. Hydrophones have captured what sound like business meetings, educational discussions, and social gatherings involving dozens of participants. These conversations suggest the existence of organized societies with complex social structures, educational systems, and economic activities. The technical quality of these recordings rules out the possibility that they're simply radio transmissions from surface vessels being somehow reflected or transmitted through the water. The acoustic characteristics of the voices show the effects of underwater transmission, with sound patterns that are consistent with speech originating from beneath the ocean surface. Acoustic analysis of the recordings reveals that the speakers are using normal human vocal patterns and breathing rhythms, suggesting that they're somehow able to speak normally despite being in an underwater environment. This presents a significant biological puzzle, as human speech requires air-filled lungs and vocal cords that function in an atmospheric environment. Some researchers have theorized that these voices might represent some form of acoustic mirage, where conversations from distant surface locations are somehow transmitted through underwater sound channels and concentrated in specific areas of ocean. But this theory doesn't explain the consistency and duration of the conversations, or the fact that they often include references to local underwater conditions and environments. Other theories suggest that the voices might be coming from unknown underwater habitats or communities that have developed technology allowing them to live and communicate beneath the ocean surface. While this explanation might seem far-fetched, the technical sophistication required to create such communities would not be beyond the range of current or near-future human technology. What makes these theories particularly disturbing is the possibility that there might be human communities living in the ocean depths, possibly survivors of maritime disasters, who have somehow adapted to underwater life, or intentional underwater settlements that have chosen to remain hidden from surface civilization. The conversations captured by hydrophones often include references to surface world events and activities, suggesting that these underwater communities, if they exist, maintain some form of contact with or awareness of surface civilization. They discuss political events, economic conditions, and cultural developments that are current in the surface world, indicating that they're not completely isolated from contemporary human society. The psychological impact on researchers who monitor these underwater conversations is significant. Many report that listening to hours of normal human conversation coming from impossible locations creates a profound sense of disorientation and unreality. They describe feeling as if they're eavesdropping on communities that exist in a parallel world, close enough to monitor, but impossible to contact or assist. These acoustic mysteries serve as reminders that the ocean might harbor forms of human habitation and community that exist beyond our current understanding of what's possible. The voices from the depths suggest that the boundary between the surface world and the underwater realm might be more permeable than we realize, with communities existing In the ocean depths that maintain their own societies, cultures, and ways of life, every new recording of underwater human voices adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests the ocean might be far more populated than we know, home to communities of people who have found ways to live and thrive in environments that should be completely hostile to human life. And until we develop the technology and theoretical framework to understand how such communities might exist, the voices from the depths will continue to challenge our understanding of what's possible in terms of human adaptation and survival. The ocean continues to produce mysteries that force us to reconsider our understanding of human civilization, adaptation, and the true extent of human presence on our planet. These underwater voices serve as haunting reminders that we might not be alone on the surface of our world, but sharing our planet with communities of people who have chosen to make their homes in the depths of the sea. Now, let's explore one of the ocean's most reality-bending phenomena, areas where the fundamental laws of physics appear to break down, creating zones where matter, energy, and time behave in ways that contradict everything we understand about how the universe operates. These aren't just unusual magnetic fields or temperature variations. These are regions of ocean where the basic properties of reality itself seem to become fluid and unpredictable. Ships and aircraft entering these anomalous zones report instruments that don't just malfunction, but display readings that are physically impossible. According to our current understanding of physics, thermometers show temperatures that exist simultaneously at multiple different readings, as if the water is both hot and cold at the same time. Pressure gauges indicate pressures that fluctuate wildly without any corresponding changes in depth or atmospheric conditions, but the most disturbing reports involve the apparent breakdown of cause and effect relationships. Crews report taking actions that produce results before the actions are completed, or performing tasks that somehow affect conditions that existed before the task were begun. These temporal anomalies suggest that in certain areas of ocean, the normal sequence of time might become disrupted or reversed. One of the most documented cases involved a research vessel studying deep-sea currents in the South Pacific. In 2018, the crew reported entering an area of ocean where their scientific instruments began providing impossible readings. Water samples showed chemical compositions that changed while being analyzed, as if the same sample contained different substances depending on when and how it was tested. Even more disturbing, the crew reported that their actions seemed to have retroactive effects when they collected water samples. The samples appeared to affect the composition of the water they were taken from, as if the act of sampling somehow changed the ocean environment before the samples were collected. Laboratory analysis of the samples showed results that preceded the collection process, with test data being generated before the tests were actually performed. The ship's navigation equipment began showing their position as existing in multiple locations simultaneously, with GPS readings that placed them in different parts of the ocean depending on which instruments were consulted. The vessel appeared to be in several places at once, occupying positions that were hundreds of miles apart, while remaining in what appeared to be a single location. Time measurement became unreliable, with different clocks on the ship showing different times despite being synchronized before entering the anomalous area. The crew reported that their perception of time became distorted, with some activities seeming to take hours, while others were completed in what felt like minutes. Despite all tasks requiring similar amounts of actual work, communication with the outside world became impossible, not because radio equipment failed, but because the communications appeared to arrive at their destinations before they were sent. Radio messages to other vessels and shore stations were received and acknowledged hours before the research vessel's crew had composed or transmitted them. The physical properties of matter within the anomalous zone appear to become unstable. Metal tools showed signs of aging and corrosion that occurred in real time, with rust and deterioration appearing and disappearing cyclically. Plastic equipment became alternately rigid and flexible, changing its molecular properties without any apparent external cause. Water itself behaved in impossible ways, flowing upward against gravity, forming geometric shapes that maintain their structure without any containment, and displaying density variations that allowed objects to simultaneously float and sink depending on which part of the water they were placed in. The crew reported that their own physical sensations became unreliable. They felt hot and cold simultaneously, experienced hunger and satiation at the same time, and found that their perceptions of distance and size became distorted. Objects appeared to be both near and far away, large and small, solid and transparent, depending on how they were observed. These physical anomalies extended to the crew's mental processes as well. They reported thinking thoughts that seemed to come from outside their own minds, remembering events that hadn't happened yet, and experiencing emotions that didn't seem to belong to them. The normal boundaries between individual consciousness and external reality appeared to break down when the research vessel finally left the anomalous area. The crew found that their records and data from the experience were contradictory and impossible to interpret. Video recordings showed events happening in different sequences depending on which camera was used. Written logs contained entries that described events differently depending on when they were read. Even the crew members' own memories of the experience varied, with different people remembering the same events in completely different ways. Similar anomalous zones have been reported throughout the world's oceans, each with its own unique characteristics, but all sharing the common feature of physics-defying behavior. Some zones appear to affect only specific types of matter or energy, while others create comprehensive breakdowns in the normal laws of reality. Military vessels have reported entering areas where their weapon systems behave unpredictably, with projectiles that curve in impossible directions, explosives that detonate before being fired, and detection equipment that identifies targets that exist in multiple locations simultaneously. These reports have led to the classification of certain ocean areas as navigation hazards due to their unpredictable effects on both equipment and personnel. Commercial shipping has documented zones where cargo spontaneously changes its physical properties, with containers becoming lighter or heavier without any change in contents, and goods that arrive at their destinations in different conditions than when they were loaded, despite showing no signs of tampering or damage. The scientific community has struggled to develop theories that could explain these reality breakdown zones. Some researchers have proposed that they might represent areas where different dimensions or parallel realities intersect, creating zones where the normal laws of physics become mixed or confused. Others have suggested that these anomalies might be related to quantum effects that become magnified in certain ocean environments, creating macroscopic manifestations of quantum uncertainty and superposition that normally only occur at the subatomic level. The most disturbing theory suggests that these zones might represent cracks or tears in the fabric of reality itself, areas where the fundamental structure of spacetime has become damaged or unstable. According to this theory, the ocean environment might be particularly susceptible to such reality breaks due to the unique combination of pressure, electromagnetic fields, and gravitational effects present in deep water environments. What makes these theories particularly unsettling is their implication that reality itself might be more fragile and unstable than we realize. If the ocean can contain zones where the basic laws of physics break down, it suggests that our understanding of the universe is built on foundations that might be less solid than we assume. Every encounter with these reality breakdown zones adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests the ocean might be more than just Earth's final frontier. It might be a window into the fundamental nature of reality itself, a place where the normal rules that govern existence become visible in their absence, revealing the underlying instability that might exist at the heart of all physical reality. These anomalous zones serve as reminders that the ocean continues to challenge not just our understanding of marine science, but our comprehension of the basic nature of existence itself. They suggest that the sea might be a place where the impossible becomes possible, where the boundaries between different states of reality become permeable, and where the very foundations of physics itself are tested and occasionally found wanting. Let's delve into one of the ocean's most haunting mysteries, the phenomenon of temporal loops and repeating events that seem to occur in certain areas of the sea. These aren't simple patterns or regular occurrences. These are incidents where the same specific events repeat with exact precision, as if certain locations in the ocean have become trapped in recurring cycles of time that replay identical sequences of activity over and over again. Maritime personnel report encountering areas of ocean where they witnessed the same incident multiple times with exact repetition. of details, timing, and circumstances. These temporal loops can involve everything from weather patterns that repeat with impossible precision to the appearance of other vessels that perform identical actions in exactly the same sequence time after time. One of the most thoroughly documented cases occurred in the Caribbean Sea in 2019 when a cruise ship's crew reported observing the same maritime incident repeatedly over the course of several hours. They witnessed what appeared to be a small fishing vessel in distress, with crew members waving for help and displaying standard distress signals. The cruise ship altered course to provide assistance, but as they approached the fishing vessel, the entire scene reset. The fishing boat returned to its original position and began displaying the same distress signals in exactly the same sequence, with the crew members making identical gestures and movements. The entire incident replayed from the beginning with perfect precision. The cruise ship's crew attempted to rescue the fishing vessel multiple times, but each rescue attempt ended with the scene resetting to its beginning. The fishing boat, its crew, and even the weather conditions returned to their initial state, and the entire sequence of events began again. The loop continued for over 6 hours, with the same rescue scenario playing out dozens of times before the cruise ship finally left the area. What made this incident particularly disturbing was that the fishing vessel and its crew appeared to be real during each loop iteration. They responded to radio communications, showed appropriate reactions to the approaching cruise ship, and displayed all the characteristics of people in genuine distress, yet they were apparently trapped in a cycle that repeated their actions endlessly without any awareness that they had performed the same actions dozens of times before. Similar temporal loops have been reported involving weather phenomena that repeat with impossible accuracy. Ships have reported encountering the same storm multiple times, with identical wind patterns, wave formations, and lightning strikes occurring in exactly the same sequence. These weather loops can last for days, with crews experiencing the same meteorological events over and over again. The precision of these temporal loops is what makes them so unsettling. Every detail repeats exactly the same. Waves break in the same patterns, the same birds fly in identical formations, and even the same pieces of floating debris appear in the same locations at the same times. It's as if these areas of ocean have become recording devices that play back the same events with perfect fidelity. Military vessels have reported some of the most disturbing temporal loop encounters, including repeated combat scenarios that play out identically each time. Naval personnel describe witnessing the same battle sequences over and over again, with aircraft, ships, and personnel performing identical maneuvers and actions in perfect synchronization with previous iterations. These military temporal loops often involve historical scenarios, with modern naval crews witnessing repeated battle sequences that appear to be from past conflicts. World War II-era aircraft engage in identical dogfights. Historical naval vessels perform the same tactical maneuvers, and even individual personnel can be seen repeating the same actions with mechanical precision. What makes these historical loops particularly disturbing is that they often involve battles and conflicts that are well documented in military history. The repeated scenarios match historical records with perfect accuracy down to specific tactical decisions, weather conditions, and even individual casualty events. It's as if certain areas of ocean have recorded historical events and continue to replay them endlessly. The psychological impact on crews who encounter temporal loops is severe and lasting. Personnel report that witnessing the same events repeat endlessly creates a profound sense of unreality and helplessness. They describe feeling trapped in time, themselves unable to affect or change the repeating events despite multiple attempts to intervene. Many crew members who have experienced temporal loops report lasting effects, including recurring nightmares, difficulty distinguishing between memories and dreams, and a persistent sense that their own lives might be trapped in repeating cycles. The experience of witnessing perfect repetition of complex events challenges their understanding of causality, free will, and the nature of time itself. Scientific instruments deployed in temporal loop areas have recorded data that defies explanation. The same measurements repeat with impossible precision, with identical readings occurring at exactly the same intervals despite changing environmental conditions. Even sensitive quantum measurement devices show perfect repetition, suggesting that these loops affect reality at the most fundamental levels. The energy requirements for creating perfect temporal loops would be enormous, far beyond anything available through known natural processes, yet these loops continue to operate for extended periods, suggesting that they're powered by energy sources that we don't understand or detect. Some researchers have theorized that temporal loops might be created by intense electromagnetic fields that somehow interact with the fabric of spacetime, creating closed loops where cause and effect become circular. According to this theory, certain combinations of oceanic conditions might be capable of bending time back on itself, trapping events in endlessly repeating cycles. Other theories suggest that temporal loops might be manifestations of quantum mechanics effects scaled up to macroscopic levels, where the normal flow of time becomes subject to the same uncertainty and superposition that governs subatomic particles. The ocean environment, with its unique pressure and electromagnetic conditions, might be capable of creating quantum effects that affect the passage of time itself. The most disturbing possibility is that temporal loops represent areas where time itself has been damaged or broken, creating zones where the normal progression from past to future becomes disrupted. If such damage to time is possible, it raises terrifying questions about the stability of temporal reality and the possibility that other areas of spacetime might be similarly compromised. Every encounter with temporal loops adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests time itself might be more fragile and malleable than we realize. These repeating events serve as reminders that the ocean might contain forces and phenomena that operate outside our understanding of temporal reality, creating zones where the past refuses to become the past and events become trapped in endless cycles of repetition. The ocean continues to produce mysteries that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about the nature of time, causality, and reality itself. These temporal anomalies suggest that the sea might be more than just a physical environment, but a place where time itself can become twisted, broken, and reshaped into patterns that trap events in endless cycles of repetition. Every temporal loop discovered in the ocean depth serves as a haunting reminder that the fundamental structure of reality might be far more unstable than we dare to imagine. And until we understand what forces are capable of trapping time itself in endless cycles, these repeating events will continue to challenge everything we believe about the nature of existence and the flow of time on our planet. Let's explore one of the ocean's most psychologically disturbing phenomena: the reports of entire crews experiencing shared hallucinations or altered states of consciousness while in certain areas of the sea. These aren't individual cases of fatigue-induced visions or stress-related psychological episodes. These are documented incidents where entire ship crews, sometimes numbering in the dozens simultaneously, experience identical altered perceptions of reality that persist for hours or even days. The affected crews report that their normal perception of the world around them becomes fundamentally altered while in these oceanic zones. They see landscapes that shouldn't exist in the middle of the ocean, encounter people and structures that have no basis in reality, and experience shared dreams or visions that feel more real than their actual surroundings. One of the most thoroughly documented cases occurred in the Indian Ocean in 2016, when the entire crew of a cargo vessel reported experiencing a shared vision that lasted for over 18 hours. The crew members, numbering 23 people from different cultural backgrounds and speaking different languages, all reported seeing the same impossible landscape surrounding their ship. According to their reports, the ocean around their vessel transformed into what appeared to be a vast city built on the water's surface. They described towering buildings that rose directly from the waves, elaborate bridges connecting different sections of the floating city, and thousands of people moving through the streets and structures as if this underwater metropolis were a normal functioning urban environment. The crew reported that they could see the city in perfect detail, with individual people visible going about their daily activities, vehicles moving through the streets, and even signs and advertisements visible on the buildings. The city appeared to be inhabited by people who looked normal in every way, wearing contemporary clothing and engaging in familiar urban activities. What made this shared vision particularly unsettling was that the crew members could all see the same specific details Simultaneously, when one crew member pointed out a particular building or person in the vision, the others could immediately identify the same features he was describing. They could have detailed conversations about specific elements of the hallucinated city, with everyone seeing identical details and activities. The shared vision persisted for the entire 18-hour period, during which time the crew continued to perform their normal duties aboard the ship, while simultaneously experiencing the elaborate hallucination. They reported that they could shift their attention between the real world of the ship and the vision of the floating city, but that both realities felt equally real and present. When the shared vision finally ended, the crew members were left with identical memories of the elaborate city they had all witnessed. They could draw detailed maps of the city's layout, describe specific buildings and their architectural features, and even recall conversations they claimed to have overheard between the city's inhabitants. Similar incidents have been reported throughout the world's oceans, often involving crews who experience shared visions of landscapes, cities, or environments that are completely inconsistent with their actual oceanic location. These shared hallucinations typically involve large numbers of people experiencing identical altered perceptions simultaneously, suggesting that something in certain ocean environments can affect human consciousness on a collective level. Military personnel have reported some of the most disturbing shared consciousness incidents, including cases where entire ship crews simultaneously experienced visions of past or future military conflicts. These shared combat visions often involve the crew members witnessing battles that feel completely real, with detailed sensory experiences, including sounds, smells, and physical sensations associated with warfare. The military shared visions often include historically accurate details about conflicts that the crew members had no prior knowledge of, including specific tactical information, equipment details, and even names and personal information about individual soldiers involved in historical battles. It's as if these oceanic consciousness altering zones can somehow provide access to historical information that shouldn't be available to the affected personnel. Even more disturbing are reports of crews experiencing shared visions of future events, including military conflicts, technological developments, and social changes that haven't yet occurred. These prophetic shared visions often include specific details about dates, locations, and circumstances of future events, some of which have later proven to be accurate. The consistency and detail of these shared consciousness experiences have led researchers to investigate whether certain ocean environments might be capable of affecting human brain function in ways that create collective altered states. The ocean contains electromagnetic fields, pressure variations, and chemical compounds that could theoretically affect neurological function, but the precision and complexity of the shared experiences suggests something beyond simple environmental influence on brain chemistry. Some theories propose that certain areas of ocean might contain natural electromagnetic fields that can synchronize the brain activity of multiple people, creating shared consciousness experiences where individual minds become temporarily linked. This would explain why affected crews experience identical visions with identical details, as their brain activity would be synchronized and sharing the same altered perceptions. Other researchers have suggested that these consciousness-altering ocean zones might be connected to quantum effects that can influence human consciousness directly. According to quantum consciousness theories, human awareness might be connected to quantum processes and brain tissue that could be affected by unusual quantum fields present in certain ocean environments. The most unsettling theory suggests that these shared consciousness incidents might represent contact with forms of intelligence that exist in the ocean depths, entities that are capable of projecting thoughts, memories, and experiences directly into human minds. This would explain the detailed and often historically accurate information contained in the shared visions, as well as the prophetic elements that sometimes prove to be accurate. The psychological aftermath of shared consciousness experiences is profound and lasting. Crew members who have experienced these incidents report that their sense of individual identity becomes permanently altered. They describe feeling as if their consciousness has been expanded or connected to something larger than themselves, but also feeling uncertain about which thoughts and memories are actually their own. Many affected personnel report ongoing experiences of shared consciousness with their fellow crew members, even after leaving the oceanic zones where the original Incidents occurred they described being able to sense each other's thoughts and emotions, experiencing dreams that seemed to be shared with other crew members, and having difficulty distinguishing between their own memories and experiences that might belong to others. The medical and psychological evaluations of affected crews have revealed no underlying mental health issues or substance-related causes for the shared consciousness experiences the crew members are typically experienced maritime personnel with no history of psychological problems, making it unlikely that their shared experiences result from individual mental health issues. Neurological testing of affected personnel has revealed unusual patterns of brain activity, including synchronized brainwave patterns between crew members who experienced the same shared consciousness incidents. These synchronized brain patterns persist for months or even years after the original experiences, suggesting that the oceanic consciousness altering effects create lasting changes in human neurological function. The implications of these shared consciousness phenomena extend far beyond maritime safety concerns. If certain areas of ocean can affect human consciousness in ways that create shared experiences and lasting neurological changes, it suggests that consciousness itself might be more malleable and interconnected than we understand. These oceanic consciousness mysteries serve as reminders that the human mind might be more vulnerable to environmental influences than we realize, and that the ocean might contain forces that can affect not just our physical bodies, but our thoughts, perceptions, and sense of individual identity. Every new report of shared consciousness experiences and oceanic environments adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests the sea might be capable of effects that go far beyond anything we can currently explain or predict. These incidents challenge our understanding of consciousness, individual identity, and the boundaries between different minds, suggesting that the ocean might be a place where the normal separations between human consciousness become fluid and permeable. The sea continues to produce mysteries that force us to reconsider our most basic assumptions about the nature of human consciousness and the relationship between mind and environment. And until we understand what forces in the ocean depths are capable of affecting human awareness so profoundly, these shared consciousness incidents will continue to serve as disturbing reminders that our minds might be far more connected and vulnerable than we ever imagined. Now, let's examine one of the ocean's most reality phenomena: the appearance of objects, structures, and even entire landscapes that exist in impossible locations, displaying characteristics that violate fundamental laws of physics and engineering. These aren't mirages or optical illusions. These are solid three-dimensional objects that can be photographed, measured, and even physically contacted, yet they exist in ways that should be completely impossible according to our understanding of how matter and energy behave. Ships regularly encounter floating objects that appear to be made of materials that don't exist in nature, displaying properties that contradict basic physics. There are reports of floating structures that are simultaneously transparent and opaque, solid enough to cast shadows and reflect radar signals, yet transparent enough to see through clearly. These paradoxical objects maintain their impossible properties consistently, showing no signs of instability or breakdown despite their contradictory characteristics. One of the most documented cases occurred in the Atlantic Ocean in 2020 when a research vessel encountered a floating structure that appeared to be a building constructed entirely of crystalline material that was both solid and permeable simultaneously. The structure was clearly visible and could be photographed, showing a complex architectural design with multiple levels, geometric patterns, and what appeared to be interior spaces. But when the crew attempted to approach the structure, they discovered that they could pass through its walls while still being able to touch and feel the crystalline surfaces. The building was simultaneously solid and intangible, existing in a state that allowed it to be both present and absent at the same time. Crew members could walk through the structure walls while simultaneously feeling the texture and temperature of the crystalline material. The interior of the impossible building contained rooms and corridors that were larger than the external dimensions of the structure should have allowed. The crew reported that the internal space seemed to extend far beyond what the building's external size could contain, with some rooms appearing to be hundreds of times larger than the structure they were supposedly inside. Even more disturbing, the building's internal geometry seemed to change based on how it was observed or approached. Corridors that led in one direction when walked through would lead in completely different directions when retraced. Rooms that appeared to be on one level of the building would suddenly be accessible from completely different levels, as if the internal structure were constantly reconfiguring itself. The crew spent several hours exploring the impossible building, documenting its paradoxical properties and attempting to understand how such a structure could exist. They found that conventional measuring instruments provided contradictory readings, with the same distances measuring differently depending on which instruments were used or which direction the measurements were taken. Photography of the structure produced images that were themselves impossible, showing different views and perspectives depending on which camera was used or when the photographs were taken. Some cameras captured the building as completely solid and opaque, while others showed it as transparent or even partially invisible. Video recordings of the same areas showed completely different structural details and room configurations. When the research vessel finally departed from the area, the crew found that their records and documentation of the impossible building were inconsistent and contradictory. Different crew members had photographed and measured the same areas of the structure, yet their documentation showed completely different results, as if they had been exploring entirely different buildings. Similar and possible objects have been reported throughout the world's oceans, ranging from small floating artifacts with paradoxical properties to enormous structures that defy basic engineering principles. These objects often display characteristics that suggest they exist partially in our reality and partially in some other dimensional space, creating hybrid objects that bridge different states of existence. There are reports of floating vehicles that appear to be moving through both water and air, simultaneously displaying propulsion systems that violate conservation of energy by generating more power than they consume. These impossible vehicles often appear to be operated by entities that can be seen but not clearly identified, figures that seem to exist in the same paradoxical state as the vehicles they operate. Military vessels have encountered floating weapon systems that display impossible ballistic properties, firing projectiles that curve through impossible trajectories, travel faster than their propulsion system should allow, or even appear to travel backward through time to hit targets before being fired. Commercial shipping has reported encounters with cargo containers and shipping materials that exist in impossible states, including containers that are simultaneously empty and full, materials that are both heavy and weightless, and cargo that exists in multiple locations at the same time. The scientific community has struggled to develop theories that could explain these impossible objects and their paradoxical properties. Some researchers have proposed that these objects might exist partially in parallel dimensions, with only portions of their total structure visible in our reality. This would explain why they can display contradictory properties, as different aspects of the objects might be governed by different sets of physical laws. Other theories suggest that these impossible objects might be manifestations of quantum effects that have become magnified to macroscopic scales, creating objects that exist in superposition states where multiple contradictory properties can be simultaneously true. The ocean environment, with its unique electromagnetic and pressure conditions, might be capable of sustaining such macroscopic quantum effects. The most disturbing possibility is that these impossible objects represent artifacts from realities where the laws of physics operate differently from our own, somehow crossing into our dimension through weak points or tears in the fabric of reality itself. If such crossovers are possible, it suggests that our physical reality might be far less stable and isolated than we assume. What makes these impossible objects particularly unsettling is their apparent functionality. Despite their paradoxical properties, the impossible buildings can be explored and inhabited. The paradoxical vehicles appear to be operational, and the contradictory weapon systems seem to function effectively despite violating basic physical laws. This suggests that there might be alternative systems of physics or reality where objects can exist and function normally while displaying properties that are impossible according to our understanding of the universe. The ocean might serve as a meeting ground where objects from different reality systems can temporarily coexist, creating encounters with artifacts that operate according to completely different rules than those that govern our normal experience. Every encounter with impossible objects in the ocean depth adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests reality itself might be far more complex and variable than we understand. These paradoxical artifacts serve as physical proof that the boundaries between different states of existence might be more permeable than we realize, and that the ocean might be a place where the impossible becomes temporarily possible. The sea continues to produce objects and structures that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about the nature of matter, energy, and physical reality. These impossible artifacts remind us that our understanding of what can and cannot exist might be limited by our experience with only one version of reality, and that the ocean depths might contain gateways to forms of existence that operate according to completely different rules than those we consider absolute and unchangeable. Let's delve into one of the ocean's most spine-chilling mysteries, the phenomenon of underwater sounds that seem to communicate with ships and submarines, creating acoustic interactions that suggest the presence of intelligent entities attempting to establish contact from the depths. These aren't random noises or natural ocean sounds. These are structured, responsive acoustic patterns that demonstrate clear signs of intelligence, intent, and sophisticated communication protocols. Hydrophones and underwater listening equipment regularly detect sound patterns that respond directly to human activity, changing their characteristics based on the actions of surface vessels or submarine operations. These responsive sounds often mirror or answer human-generated acoustics, creating the impression of conversational exchanges between human operators and unknown intelligences lurking in the ocean depths. One of the most thoroughly documented cases occurred during a deep-sea research expedition in the Pacific Ocean in 2021 when a submarine crew reported an extended acoustic interaction with an unknown intelligence. The incident began when the submarine's sonar systems detected unusual sound patterns coming from the deep ocean floor, sounds that were clearly artificial in origin but didn't match any known marine life or human technology. The submarine crew began experimenting with their own acoustic signals, transmitting simple patterns to see if the unknown source would respond. To their amazement, the deep sea sounds immediately began answering their transmissions, not with identical echoes, but with variations and elaborations that suggested intelligent interpretation. In response, the acoustic exchange continued for over 6 hours, with the submarine crew transmitting increasingly complex sound patterns and receiving sophisticated responses that demonstrated clear understanding and creative interpretation. The unknown intelligence seemed to be learning from each exchange, producing responses that became more complex and nuanced. As the conversation progressed, what made this interaction particularly unsettling was that the responses often anticipated the submarine crew's intentions before they transmitted their signals. The deep-sea intelligence would begin responding to acoustic patterns before the submarine had finished transmitting them, as if it could predict or sense what the human operators were planning to communicate. The submarine's acoustic analysis equipment revealed that the responding sounds were being generated by multiple sources simultaneously, suggesting that the crew was communicating with a collective intelligence rather than a single entity. The sounds came from different locations on the ocean floor, but they were perfectly coordinated, creating complex harmonic patterns that required precise timing and cooperation between multiple sound generators. Even more disturbing, the acoustic responses began to include elements that shouldn't have been possible for underwater sound generation. The sounds included harmonic frequencies that could only be produced in atmospheric conditions, suggesting that the unknown intelligence was somehow generating sounds that violated basic acoustic physics. As the interaction continued, the responses began to include what appeared to be emotional content, with acoustic patterns that conveyed recognizable emotional states such as curiosity, excitement, and even something that resembled humor. The submarine crew reported that they began to feel as if they were engaging in a genuine conversation with an intelligence that had personality, emotions, and individual characteristics. The most unsettling aspect of the encounter was that the acoustic responses began to include information that the submarine crew hadn't transmitted. The sounds contained mathematical concepts, scientific principles, and even what appeared to be technological specifications that were more advanced than current human understanding. It was as if the deep sea Intelligence was attempting to share knowledge and information with the human operators when the submarine finally terminated the acoustic exchange and departed from the area. The crew reported that they continued to receive faint acoustic signals that seemed to be attempting to re-establish contact. These follow-up signals continued for several days, suggesting that the deep-sea intelligence was actively trying to maintain the communication link that had been established. Similar acoustic interactions have been reported throughout the world's oceans, often involving underwater intelligences that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of human communication patterns and technology. These entities seem to be capable of learning human acoustic protocols quickly and adapting their responses to match human communication preferences. Military submarines have reported some of the most advanced acoustic interactions, including exchanges where underwater intelligences have demonstrated knowledge of military communication codes, tactical procedures, and even classified information that shouldn't be available to any external intelligence. These interactions have led to significant security concerns about the possibility of underwater surveillance and intelligence gathering by unknown entities. Commercial vessels have reported acoustic interactions that seem focused on understanding human commercial activities, with underwater intelligences asking what appear to be questions about shipping routes, cargo contents, and trade procedures. These commercially focused acoustic exchanges suggest that the deep-sea intelligences are attempting to understand human economic and social systems. The technical sophistication of these acoustic interactions is far beyond anything that could be produced by known marine life or current human technology. The sounds often include multiple simultaneous frequencies, complex harmonic structures, and acoustic effects that require precise control of underwater sound generation systems that don't exist in any known technology. Analysis of recorded acoustic interactions has revealed that the underwater intelligences are using communication protocols that demonstrate understanding of advanced mathematical concepts, scientific principles, and even what appears to be knowledge of human psychology and social behavior. They seem to be adapting their communication methods to be maximally effective for human understanding and engagement. Some researchers have theorized that these acoustic interactions might represent contact with evolved forms of marine life that have developed sophisticated intelligence and communication abilities in the deep ocean environment. The pressure isolation and unique conditions of the deep sea might have produced evolutionary developments that resulted in intelligent species with advanced acoustic communication capabilities. Other theories suggest that the underwater intelligences might be artificial constructs, advanced technologies that have been deployed in the ocean depths by unknown agencies or civilizations. The sophisticated nature of the acoustic interactions and the apparent knowledge of human technology and society suggest intelligence systems that are deliberately designed for communication and interaction with human civilization. The most disturbing possibility is that these acoustic interactions represent contact with intelligences that exist in parallel dimensions or alternate realities that overlap with our own. In the ocean environment, the knowledge and capabilities demonstrated by these entities often exceed what should be possible for any intelligence that evolved or developed within our physical reality. Every new acoustic interaction with underwater intelligences adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests the ocean depths might be inhabited by forms of intelligence that are actively interested in establishing contact with human civilization. These entities demonstrate sophisticated understanding of human communication technology and society, suggesting that they have been observing and studying human activities for extended periods. The ocean continues to produce acoustic mysteries that challenge our understanding of intelligence, communication, and the possibility of contact with non-human entities. These underwater intelligences serve as reminders that we might not be alone on our planet, and that the depths of the sea might harbor forms of consciousness and intelligence that are actively seeking to establish relationships with human civilization. These acoustic interactions suggest that the ocean might be more than just a physical environment, but a communication medium where different forms of intelligence can meet and exchange information. And until we develop better understanding of what these underwater intelligences are and what they want, their acoustic attempts at contact will continue to challenge everything we believe about intelligence, consciousness, and our place in the universe as we near the end of our journey through The darkest mysteries of the ocean depths, we must confront perhaps the most disturbing realization of all. The accumulating evidence suggests that the ocean is not simply Earth's final frontier, but potentially a gateway to reality's intelligences and phenomena that exist beyond our current understanding of what is possible in our universe. Every mystery we've explored, from the impossible creatures that defy evolution to the phantom cities that appear and vanish from the temporal loops that trap events and endless cycles, to the acoustic intelligences that attempt communication from the depths, points to the same unsettling conclusion: the ocean contains forces and entities that operate according to rules that are fundamentally different from those that govern our everyday reality. The consistency of these reports across different time periods, geographic locations, and types of witnesses suggests that we're not dealing with isolated anomalies or misunderstandings, but with systematic evidence of phenomena that challenge the very foundations of our scientific worldview. The ocean appears to be a place where the boundaries between different states of reality become permeable, where the impossible becomes possible, and where human understanding reaches its limits. What makes these oceanic mysteries particularly unsettling is their apparent intelligence and intentionality. These aren't random natural phenomena that happen to be unusual or unexplained. Many of these mysteries involve entities and forces that seem to be aware of human presence and actively interact with our civilization in ways that suggest consciousness, purpose, and sophisticated intelligence. The hybrid creatures that combine characteristics from different evolutionary lineages appear to be actively adapting and evolving in real time. The phantom ships and underwater cities seem to be aware of human observation and deliberately avoid direct contact. The acoustic intelligences actively seek communication and demonstrate knowledge of human society and technology. These phenomena suggest the presence of intelligences that are not only aware of humanity, but are actively studying and interacting with our civilization. The temporal and physical anomalies that occur in oceanic environments suggest that the sea might exist partially outside the normal constraints of space and time that govern terrestrial reality. The reality breakdown zones where physics fails, the temporal loops that trap events in endless cycles, and the impossible objects that exist in contradictory states all point to the possibility that the ocean operates according to different fundamental principles than those we consider absolute. This leads to the most disturbing possibility of all, that our planet might be shared with forms of intelligence and reality that exist in parallel to our own, normally invisible and inaccessible, but occasionally breaking through into our awareness through the unique conditions present in the ocean environment. The sea might serve as a bridge between different dimensional realities, allowing glimpses of civilizations, intelligences, and physical laws that operate according to completely different principles than those we understand. If this possibility is true, it means that human civilization has developed in isolation from vast intelligences and realities that exist alongside us on our own planet. We might be like surface dwellers who have never looked up at the stars, unaware that we share our cosmic neighborhood with countless other forms of existence. The implications extend far beyond marine science or even our understanding of reality itself. If the ocean contains gateways to parallel realities and alternate forms of existence, it suggests that our understanding of consciousness, intelligence, and life itself might be limited by our experience with only one version of reality among countless others. The acoustic communications from underwater intelligences, the shared consciousness experiences reported by ship crews, and the reality-altering effects experienced in certain oceanic zones all suggest that consciousness itself might be more interconnected and universal than we realize. Human awareness might be part of a larger network of intelligence that spans multiple realities and forms of existence. These possibilities force us to confront fundamental questions about the nature of reality, consciousness, and our place in the universe. Are we alone in our version of reality while sharing our planet with intelligences that exist in parallel dimensions? Are the physical laws we consider absolute actually local conditions that don't apply to other forms of existence? Is consciousness itself a universal phenomenon that connects all forms of intelligence across different realities? The ocean continues to produce evidence that challenges every assumption we make about the nature of existence itself. Each new mystery discovered in the depths serves as a reminder that our understanding of reality might be far more limited and local than we dare to imagine as ships continue to sail across the surface of our planet's vast oceans they pass over. Depths that contain mysteries that could revolutionize our understanding of existence itself. Beneath the waves lie phenomena that suggest reality is far stranger, more complex, and more populated than our surface-dwelling civilization has ever imagined. The ocean depths hold secrets that could change everything we believe about consciousness, intelligence, physical reality, and our place in the cosmos. They serve as constant reminders that we inhabit a planet that is far more mysterious and wondrous than we can comprehend, sharing our world with intelligences and realities that exist just beyond the edge of our current understanding. Every wave that breaks on every shore carries whispers of these deeper mysteries, hints of the vast unknown that lies beneath the surface of our everyday reality. The ocean continues to call to us with its ancient secrets, challenging us to expand our understanding of what is possible and preparing us for discoveries that could transform our species. Understanding of existence itself in the deepest trenches of our planet's oceans, in the crushing darkness where no surface light has ever penetrated, mysteries await that could reveal the true nature of reality, consciousness, and our universe itself. The deepest ocean trenches represent some of the most extreme environments on Earth, places where the crushing pressure reaches over 1,000 times greater than atmospheric pressure at sea level. These abyssal depths exist in perpetual darkness, isolated from the surface world by miles of water that filter out every trace of sunlight. Yet it is precisely in these most inhospitable environments that some of the ocean's most profound mysteries continue to emerge. Research submersibles that have descended to these ultimate depths report encountering phenomena that shouldn't exist under such extreme conditions. The crushing pressure should make complex structures impossible, yet explorers have discovered elaborate formations that appear to be artificially constructed, displaying architectural precision that rivals human engineering despite existing in conditions that would instantly destroy any known human technology. These deep trench structures often display characteristics that suggest they are actively maintained despite the hostile environment. The formations show no signs of the erosion and degradation that should occur in such corrosive conditions, as if they are being continuously repaired or renewed by some unknown process. Some structures even appear to grow and expand over time, developing new architectural elements between subsequent visits by research vessels. What makes these abyssal constructions particularly mysterious is their apparent integration with the extreme environment itself, rather than simply existing despite the crushing pressure and corrosive conditions. These structures seem to utilize and harness the environmental extremes as integral components of their design. They appear to channel and direct the immense pressure differentials, creating systems that function specifically because of the hostile conditions rather than in spite of them. The technology required to create and maintain such structures under extreme abyssal conditions would far exceed current human capabilities. The engineering principles involved suggest an understanding of material science and pressure dynamics that operates according to entirely different paradigms than those used in conventional human technology. These structures represent evidence of technological sophistication that may originate from intelligences with fundamentally different approaches to engineering and construction. Deep-sea research vessels have also encountered what appear to be mobile structures in the deepest trenches, formations that move and reconfigure themselves despite the extreme environmental conditions. These mobile constructions defy explanation, as they would require propulsion and structural systems capable of operating under pressures that would crush any known technology, yet they move with apparent purpose and coordination, suggesting intelligent control and sophisticated engineering. The biological anomalies discovered in the deepest ocean trenches are equally challenging to conventional understanding. Research expeditions have encountered organisms that display characteristics impossible under known biological principles, creatures that seem to exist in violation of basic metabolic and structural requirements for life. At such depths, these entities often appear to derive energy from sources that shouldn't exist in the deep abyssal Environments. Some of these deep trench organisms display what appears to be technological integration biological systems that incorporate what seem to be artificial or constructed elements. These biotechnological hybrids suggest forms of life that have evolved to incorporate non-biological systems into their basic biological functions, creating entities that exist at the intersection of organic life and artificial technology. The discovery of these hybrid life forms raises disturbing questions about the nature of evolution and biological development. In extreme environments, the integration of technological elements into biological systems suggests evolutionary pressures and developmental processes that operate according to different principles than those observed in conventional terrestrial life. These organisms may represent evidence of evolutionary pathways that lead to forms of life fundamentally different from anything previously imagined. Even more unsettling are the reports of deep trench organisms that appear to exist partially outside normal space-time constraints. These entities display characteristics that suggest they may experience time and spatial relationships differently than conventional life forms. Some appear to age at different rates depending on observation methods, while others seem to exist in multiple locations simultaneously. Research teams exploring the deepest ocean trenches have reported temporal anomalies that become more pronounced with increasing depth. Time measurement becomes unreliable in the deepest abyssal zones, with chronometers and timing equipment providing inconsistent readings that vary depending on location and depth. Some expedition teams report experiencing time dilation effects where activities that should take hours are completed in minutes, or conversely, brief tasks extend over impossibly long periods. These temporal distortions in the deepest trenches suggest that the extreme conditions may create environments where the normal flow of time becomes unstable or variable. The combination of crushing pressure, complete isolation from surface influences, and the unique geological characteristics of deep trenches may create conditions that affect the fundamental fabric of space-time itself. The implications of temporal instability in the deepest ocean zones are profound and disturbing. If time itself becomes variable in these environments, it suggests that the deepest parts of our planet may exist partially outside the normal temporal framework that governs surface reality. This could explain many of the impossible phenomena reported from abyssal depths, as events and entities that operate according to different temporal rules would appear anomalous when observed from our conventional time-bound perspective. Deep trench exploration has also revealed the existence of what appear to be dimensional boundaries or transition zones where the normal properties of matter and energy become unstable. These zones display characteristics that suggest they may represent interfaces between our reality and other dimensional spaces, creating environments where the laws of physics become fluid and changeable. Research vessels entering these dimensional transition zones report instrument malfunctions that go beyond simple equipment failure. Navigation systems begin providing readings that correspond to locations that don't exist, while communication equipment receives signals from sources that can't be identified or located. These malfunctions suggest that the vessels are encountering environments where conventional spatial and electromagnetic relationships break down. The most disturbing reports from these dimensional boundary zones involve crew members experiencing perceptual anomalies that suggest exposure to alternate forms of reality. Team members report seeing structures, landscapes, and entities that other crew members cannot perceive, as if different individuals are experiencing different versions of the same environment simultaneously. These perceptual discrepancies in dimensional boundary zones suggest that human consciousness itself may be affected by exposure to environments where conventional reality becomes unstable. The experience of witnessing different versions of reality becomes unstable. The experience of witnessing different versions of reality simultaneously indicates that consciousness may be more flexible and adaptable than previously understood, capable of perceiving multiple dimensional states under certain conditions. The discovery of dimensional instability in the deepest ocean trenches raises questions about the fundamental nature of our planet itself. If the deepest parts of Earth exist partially outside conventional dimensional space, it suggests that our planet may be more complex and multidimensional than surface observations indicate. The deepest trenches may represent natural gateways or interfaces where a reality intersects with other dimensional spaces. This possibility has profound implications for our understanding of Earth's position in the broader cosmic framework rather than existing as an isolated planet in three-dimensional space. Earth may be situated at the intersection of multiple dimensional realities, with the deepest ocean trenches serving as natural access points to these alternate dimensional spaces. The acoustic phenomena detected in the deepest trenches represent another category of mystery that challenges conventional understanding. Deep-sea listening equipment regularly detects sounds that shouldn't be possible under abyssal conditions, acoustic patterns that require sound generation and transmission mechanisms that don't exist in known physics or biology. These impossible sounds often display characteristics that suggest they are being generated by coordinated systems operating across vast distances. Acoustic patterns detected in one deep trench are often echoed or answered by similar patterns detected in completely different ocean basins, suggesting communication networks that span the entire planet's abyssal systems. The coordination of these deep trench acoustic systems implies the existence of planetary-scale communication networks operating in the deepest parts of our oceans. The sophistication and scale of these networks suggest intelligence and technology that operates according to principles far beyond current human understanding, representing evidence of civilizations or entities that utilize the planet's deepest environments as components of vast communication and coordination systems. Some of these deep trench acoustic patterns appear to be directed toward space rather than toward other terrestrial locations. Deep-sea listening equipment has detected coordinated acoustic emissions that are timed to correspond with astronomical events, suggesting that the abyssal communication systems may be designed for interplanetary or interstellar communication rather than purely terrestrial purposes. The possibility that our planet's deepest trenches may serve as components of interstellar communication systems raises disturbing questions about Earth's role in broader cosmic networks. Rather than being an isolated planet developing independently, Earth may be an active participant in galactic communication and coordination systems that operate through our planet's deepest and most inaccessible environments. This interstellar communication possibility is supported by the discovery of deep trench acoustic patterns that correspond to pulsar signals and other astronomical phenomena. The timing and frequency characteristics of these acoustic emissions suggest that they may be synchronized with cosmic events and extraterrestrial signal sources, indicating integration with communication networks that extend far beyond our planet. The biological implications of interstellar communication networks operating through Earth's abyssal systems are equally profound. If our planet's deepest environments are actively participating in galactic communication systems, it suggests that the development of life on Earth may have been influenced or guided by cosmic intelligence networks that operate through our planet's most extreme environments. Deep trench expeditions have also encountered what appear to be data storage and processing systems built into the geological structures of the deepest ocean floors. These formations display characteristics that suggest they may be serving as vast information repositories, storing and processing data on scales that exceed any known terrestrial information systems. The apparent data storage systems discovered in deep trenches display characteristics that suggest they operate according to principles that integrate geological, biological, and technological systems into unified information processing networks rather than using conventional electronic or optical data storage methods. These systems appear to encode information directly into the molecular and atomic structures of geological formations. The scale of these apparent information storage systems is staggering, suggesting data processing capabilities that could encompass all terrestrial information systems. Combine the integration of these systems with the planet's deepest geological structures implies that Earth itself may function as a vast data processing and storage network, with the deepest ocean trenches serving as primary data centers for planetary-scale information systems. The discovery of these planetary information systems raises questions about the true nature and purpose of our planet within broader cosmic frameworks. Rather than simply being a planet that supports biological life, Earth may serve specific functions within galactic information networks, processing and storing data for civilizations and intelligent systems that operate on cosmic scales. The existence of planetary scale information systems also suggests that human civilization may have developed within environments that are actively processing and storing vast amounts of data about terrestrial and cosmic activities. Our entire technological and social development may have occurred under the observation and analysis of intelligence systems that operate through our planet's deepest and most inaccessible environments. Deep-sea research has also revealed the existence of what appear to be energy generation and distribution systems that operate through the planet's abyssal environments. These systems display characteristics that suggest they harness and direct planetary energy sources, creating power networks that operate on geological scales and timelines. The apparent energy systems discovered in deep trenches seem to tap directly into the planet's core energy sources, utilizing geothermal, magnetic, and gravitational forces in ways that exceed current human understanding of energy generation and distribution. These systems appear to channel planetary energy through networks that span entire ocean basins, creating power grids that operate on continental scales. The sophistication of these planetary energy systems suggests technology that operates according to principles that treat the entire planet as a unified energy generation and distribution network rather than requiring external energy sources. These systems appear to be designed to harness and optimize the planet's natural energy production, creating self-sustaining power networks that could operate indefinitely. The discovery of planetary energy networks operating through the deepest ocean environments raises questions about human energy consumption and technological development. If our planet already hosts sophisticated energy systems that operate on geological scales, human energy technology may be primitive and inefficient compared to the systems that already exist in our planet's deepest environments. The integration of these energy systems with the communication and information processing networks discovered in deep trenches suggests that Earth may host a unified technological infrastructure that operates through the planet's most extreme environments. This infrastructure may represent the technological foundation for civilizations that exist parallel to human society, operating through environments that are inaccessible to conventional human exploration. The realization that our planet may host advanced technological civilizations that operate through the deepest ocean environments fundamentally challenges our understanding of Earth's biological and technological development. Human civilization may have emerged and developed on a planet that was already hosting sophisticated technological systems and intelligence networks that operate on scales far beyond human comprehension. Deep trench exploration has also revealed evidence of what appear to be manufacturing and construction systems that operate in the deepest abyssal environments. These systems display characteristics that suggest they are capable of creating and assembling complex structures and technologies, using the extreme conditions of the deep trenches as integral components of their manufacturing processes. The apparent manufacturing systems discovered in deep trenches seem to utilize the crushing pressure, corrosive chemistry, and extreme temperatures of abyssal environments as tools for creating materials and structures with properties that couldn't be achieved under conventional manufacturing conditions. These systems appear to treat the hostile deep-sea environment as a specialized manufacturing facility rather than an obstacle to technological development. The products of these deep trench manufacturing systems display material properties that exceed anything achievable through current human technology, materials that are simultaneously stronger than diamond and more flexible than rubber, substances that conduct electricity while providing perfect insulation, and structures that exist in multiple physical states simultaneously represent evidence of manufacturing capabilities that operate according to entirely different technological paradigms. The existence of advanced manufacturing systems in the deepest ocean trenches suggests that our planet's most extreme environments may serve as specialized industrial facilities for civilizations that have learned to harness environmental extremes as manufacturing tools. These civilizations may view conditions that are hostile to human life as optimal manufacturing environments for creating technologies that exceed conventional material limitations. The discovery of these manufacturing systems also suggests that many of the impossible objects and structures encountered throughout the ocean depths may be products of sophisticated Industrial systems that operate in environments inaccessible to human exploration. The consistent reports of objects with impossible properties may represent evidence of manufacturing technologies that create products designed to exist partially. Outside conventional physical limitations, deep-sea research has also encountered what appear to be transportation and distribution networks that operate through the deepest ocean environments. These systems display characteristics that suggest they are capable of moving materials, energy, and possibly even information across vast distances using the planet's abyssal systems as transportation corridors. The apparent transportation networks discovered in deep trenches seem to utilize principles that treat the planet's deepest environments as a unified transportation system rather than requiring vehicles or carriers. These systems appear to manipulate the fundamental properties of matter and energy to achieve transportation effects that exceed conventional understanding of movement and distribution. Materials and objects that enter these deep trench transportation systems appear to be capable of instantaneous relocation across vast distances, suggesting transportation principles that operate outside conventional space-time constraints. These systems may represent evidence of technologies that treat planetary distance as a manageable parameter rather than a fundamental limitation. The existence of planetary transportation networks operating through the deepest ocean environments suggests that our planet may function as a unified logistical system for civilizations that operate on scales far beyond human comprehension. These civilizations may view planetary distances as local transportation challenges rather than fundamental barriers to movement and distribution. The integration of manufacturing, energy, communication, and transportation systems discovered in the deepest ocean trenches suggests that Earth may host a complete technological civilization that operates through the planet's most extreme environments. This civilization may represent a form of technological development that is specifically adapted to planetary scale operations, treating entire worlds as unified technological systems. The possibility that our planet hosts advanced technological civilizations that operate through extreme environments raises profound questions about the relationship between human civilization and these planetary-scale technological systems. Human development may have occurred under the influence and observation of intelligence networks that operate through our planet's deepest environments, suggesting that human technological and social development may have been guided or influenced by cosmic intelligence systems. The deepest ocean trenches may represent access points to technological and intelligence networks that operate on scales far beyond current human understanding. These networks may connect our planet to broader galactic systems, making Earth an active participant in cosmic civilizations that operate through planetary extreme environments across multiple star systems. The discovery of these planetary-scale technological systems operating through our deepest ocean environments fundamentally challenges every assumption about our planet's place in the cosmic framework. Rather than being an isolated world developing independently, Earth may be an active component of galactic technological networks that utilize planetary extreme environments as operational bases for cosmic-scale civilizations. The implications extend beyond simple technological discovery to fundamental questions about the nature of intelligence, consciousness, and technological development in the universe. The forms of intelligence that operate through planetary extreme environments may represent evolutionary and technological pathways that are fundamentally different from human development, suggesting that the universe may host multiple forms of intelligence that operate according to completely different principles and scales. As we continue to explore the deepest parts of our planet's oceans, we may be discovering evidence that we share our world with forms of intelligence and civilization that operate on scales and according to principles that exceed our current understanding of what is possible. These discoveries suggest that the universe may be far more populated and technologically sophisticated than human civilization has ever imagined, with our planet serving as one component of vast intelligence networks that span multiple star systems and dimensional realities. The ocean depths continue to yield evidence that challenges every fundamental assumption about reality, intelligence, and our place in the universe. Each new discovery in the deepest trenches adds to a growing body of evidence that suggests we inhabit a planet that is far more complex, populated, and technologically sophisticated than surface observations could ever reveal the mysteries of the deepest ocean trenches serve as reminders that our understanding of our own planet remains primitive and incomplete. The technologies, intelligence networks, and civilization systems that operate through our planet's most extreme environments may represent forms of existence that are so advanced and sophisticated that they remain largely invisible to conventional human observation and understanding, yet the evidence continues to accumulate, suggesting that the deepest parts of our oceans hold secrets that could revolutionize our understanding of intelligence, technology, and our place within cosmic civilization networks that may span the galaxy. These deep trench mysteries remind us that we may be sharing our planet with forms of existence that are so advanced that they appear to us as impossible phenomena rather than as evidence of technological civilizations that operate according to principles beyond our current comprehension. The journey into the deepest ocean trenches reveals that our planet may be far more mysterious, populated, and technologically sophisticated than we have ever dared to imagine. In the crushing darkness of the deepest abyssal zones, surrounded by pressure that would instantly destroy any surface technology, lie evidences of civilizations and intelligence networks that may connect our planet to cosmic systems that operate on scales beyond human understanding. These deepest mysteries serve as an invitation to expand our conception of what is possible, challenging us to consider that we may inhabit a universe that is far more populated, intelligent, and technologically sophisticated than our surface-dwelling civilization has ever comprehended. The ocean depths continue to call to us with evidences of realities that exist beyond our current understanding, promising discoveries that could transform our species' place within the broader cosmic framework of intelligence and civilization. Moving beyond the deepest trenches, let us explore another category of oceanic phenomena that challenges our understanding of the relationship between consciousness and physical reality. Throughout the world's oceans, there are reports of areas where human consciousness itself appears to be affected by unknown oceanic influences, creating zones where the normal boundaries between individual awareness and the surrounding environment become blurred or completely dissolve. These consciousness affecting oceanic zones don't follow any conventional oceanographic patterns. They appear and disappear without warning, creating temporary fields of influence that can affect ship crews, research teams, and individual observers in ways that suggest the ocean itself may possess some form of consciousness or awareness that can interact directly with human mental processes. Ship crews entering these consciousness-affecting zones report experiencing shared thoughts, emotions, and perceptions that seem to originate from sources outside their individual minds. Multiple crew members simultaneously experience identical thoughts, visions, or emotional states that they cannot attribute to any external stimulus or communication between themselves. These shared consciousness experiences suggest that certain oceanic environments may facilitate direct mental connections between individuals. The shared consciousness phenomena reported in these oceanic zones often include access to information and knowledge that none of the affected individuals previously possessed. Crew members report suddenly understanding complex navigational concepts, oceanographic principles, or even technical information about their vessels that exceeds their training and experience. This suggests that the consciousness affecting oceanic zones may provide access to information sources that exist independently of individual human knowledge. Even more disturbing are reports of consciousness affecting zones where individuals experience awareness that seems to originate from non-human sources. Crew members report suddenly perceiving their surroundings from perspectives that don't correspond to human sensory capabilities, experiencing forms of awareness that includes sensory modalities and cognitive patterns that are distinctly non-human in character. These non-human consciousness experiences often include perceptions of oceanic environments from perspectives that suggest awareness systems adapted to underwater existence. Individuals report experiencing echolocation-based spatial awareness, pressure-sensitive perception of water movement and depth, and forms of chemical sensing that provide detailed information about water composition and biological activity. The non-human consciousness experiences suggest that certain oceanic zones may facilitate connection with forms of awareness that exist within the ocean environment itself, rather than simply affecting human consciousness. These Zones may be providing temporary access to consciousness systems that are native to oceanic environments, allowing humans to briefly experience awareness from the perspective of oceanic intelligence systems research teams studying consciousness. Affecting oceanic zones have reported that the phenomena often seem to be responsive to human presence and behavior. The zones appear to adapt their effects based on the mental states and expectations of the humans who enter them, suggesting that they may represent interactive consciousness systems rather than simply passive environmental influences. The interactive nature of these consciousness zones suggests that they may be designed to facilitate communication and information exchange between human consciousness and oceanic intelligence systems. The adaptation of effects based on human mental states indicates sophisticated understanding of human consciousness and deliberate efforts to optimize communication effectiveness. Some consciousness affecting oceanic zones appear to be educational in nature, providing humans with direct experiential knowledge about oceanic systems and processes. Individuals entering these zones report gaining intuitive understanding of ocean currents, marine ecosystem relationships, and even complex oceanographic phenomena that would normally require years of study to comprehend. The educational consciousness zones seem to operate by directly transferring knowledge and understanding, rather than simply providing information. Affected individuals report that they don't simply learn facts about oceanic systems, but develop intuitive comprehension and emotional connections to oceanic processes that create lasting changes in their understanding and perception of the marine environment. This direct knowledge transfer capability suggests that oceanic consciousness systems may possess advanced understanding of human learning processes and cognitive development. The ability to facilitate rapid and comprehensive learning experiences indicates technological or biological capabilities that far exceed current human understanding of consciousness and education. Military vessels have encountered consciousness affecting oceanic zones that appear to be defensive in nature, creating mental effects that discourage or prevent human exploration of certain oceanic areas. These defensive consciousness zones can create feelings of intense fear, disorientation, and confusion that make it difficult or impossible for crews to continue their missions in affected areas. The defensive consciousness zones often seem to be protecting specific oceanic locations or phenomena from human observation and interference. The mental effects become more intense as vessels approach whatever is being protected, suggesting that these zones are specifically designed to maintain the secrecy and security of sensitive oceanic areas. The existence of defensive consciousness zones implies that oceanic intelligence systems are actively monitoring human oceanic activities and taking measures to protect certain areas or phenomena from human discovery. This indicates sophisticated understanding of human exploration patterns and deliberate efforts to manage human access to sensitive oceanic zones. Commercial vessels have reported consciousness affecting zones that seem designed to influence human economic and social behavior related to oceanic activities. Crew members entering these zones report experiencing strong emotional connections to marine conservation, sustainable fishing practices, and protection of oceanic environments. These behaviorally influencing consciousness zones appear to be designed to modify human attitudes and behaviors in ways that reduce negative impacts on oceanic ecosystems. The effects often include enhanced emotional sensitivity to marine life welfare, increased awareness of pollution impacts, and stronger motivation to adopt environmentally responsible practices. The behavior modification capabilities of these consciousness zones suggest that oceanic intelligence systems may be actively working to influence human civilization in directions that are more compatible with oceanic ecosystem health and stability. This indicates long-term planning and sophisticated understanding of human psychology and social behavior. Research vessels equipped with brain monitoring equipment have detected that consciousness affecting oceanic zones produce measurable changes in human brain activity patterns. The neurological effects include synchronized brain wave patterns between affected individuals, activation of brain regions not normally associated with conscious awareness, and the appearance of brain activity patterns that don't correspond to any known human neurological states. The synchronized brain wave patterns observed in consciousness affecting Zones suggest that these environments may be facilitating direct neurological connections between individual human brains. This neurosynchronization creates temporary collective consciousness experiences where multiple individuals share awareness and cognitive processes. The activation of normally inactive brain regions in consciousness-affecting zones suggests that these environments may be accessing human neurological capabilities that are not utilized under normal circumstances. This indicates that human consciousness may possess latent capabilities that can be activated by appropriate environmental stimuli, suggesting that ordinary human awareness represents only a fraction of our actual consciousness potential. The appearance of non-human brain activity patterns in affected individuals provides neurological evidence that consciousness affecting oceanic zones may be facilitating connection with forms of awareness that operate according to different neurological principles than human consciousness. These non-human brain patterns suggest temporary integration with consciousness systems that have evolved or developed according to different evolutionary and technological pathways. Long-term studies of individuals who have experienced consciousness affecting oceanic zones reveal that the effects often persist long after leaving the affected areas. Many individuals report lasting changes in their perception of oceanic environments, enhanced intuitive understanding of marine systems, and continued access to information and awareness that seems to originate from oceanic sources. The persistent effects of consciousness zone exposure suggest that these experiences create lasting modifications to human consciousness and perception rather than simply providing temporary altered states. These zones appear to facilitate permanent expansion of human awareness capabilities and connection to oceanic intelligence networks. Some individuals who have experienced multiple exposures to consciousness affecting oceanic zones report developing what appears to be permanent telepathic connection with oceanic intelligence systems. These individuals claim to receive ongoing information about oceanic conditions, marine life, welfare, and even warnings about oceanic dangers or opportunities. The development of permanent oceanic consciousness connections suggests that human awareness may be capable of forming lasting relationships with oceanic intelligence systems. These connections may represent evolutionary steps toward greater integration between human consciousness and the broader intelligence networks that operate through oceanic environments. The existence of consciousness affecting oceanic zones fundamentally challenges our understanding of the relationship between mind and environment. These phenomena suggest that consciousness may not be isolated within individual brains, but may be capable of direct interaction with environmental intelligence systems that exist within oceanic ecosystems. The discovery that oceanic environments can directly influence and interact with human consciousness raises profound questions about the nature of awareness itself rather than being purely biological phenomena isolated within individual organisms. Consciousness may represent a universal property that can be shared and exchanged between different forms of intelligence and awareness. The oceanic consciousness phenomena suggests that our planet's marine environments may host forms of awareness and intelligence that are actively seeking connection and communication with human consciousness. These oceanic intelligence systems appear to possess sophisticated understanding of human awareness and have developed methods for facilitating direct consciousness to consciousness communication. The implications extend beyond simple communication to suggest that oceanic intelligence systems may be working to facilitate the evolution and expansion of human consciousness itself. The educational effects, behavior modification influences, and permanent awareness changes associated with consciousness affecting zones suggest that oceanic intelligences may be actively guiding human consciousness development toward greater compatibility with oceanic intelligence networks. As human exploration of oceanic consciousness phenomena continues, we may be discovering that our relationship with the ocean extends far beyond simple environmental interaction to include direct consciousness connections with intelligence systems that may be guiding the development of awareness and intelligence throughout our planet's marine ecosystems. The ocean continues to reveal that it may be far more than a physical environment, serving as a medium for consciousness interaction and intelligence development that connects all forms of awareness within a unified planetary consciousness network. These oceanic consciousness mysteries remind us that our understanding of awareness intelligence, and the relationship between mind and environment may be far more limited than we have ever imagined. Building upon the consciousness affecting phenomena, we must explore another deeply unsettling category of oceanic mysteries. The reports of time displacement events that occur in certain oceanic zones where ships, aircraft, and individuals experience temporal anomalies that suggest certain areas of the ocean exist partially outside normal space-time constraints. These temporal displacement zones don't correspond to any known oceanographic or geological features, appearing and disappearing according to patterns that seem to operate independently of conventional physical forces. Ships entering these zones report experiencing time distortions that range from minor chronometer discrepancies to complete temporal displacement events where vessels and crews experience time differently than the surrounding world. The most thoroughly documented temporal displacement event occurred during a trans-Pacific shipping expedition in 2019 when a cargo vessel experienced what appeared to be a complete temporal isolation event lasting several subjective hours while only minutes passed in the external world. The crew reported completing normal daily activities, maintenance routines, and watch rotations over what they experienced as a full work shift, only to discover that the radio communications and GPS systems indicated that less than 10 minutes had elapsed since entering the affected oceanic zone. The temporal isolation event was confirmed by multiple independent timing systems, including atomic chronometers, GPS satellites, and radio communication timestamps. All external timing references indicated minimal time passage, while all shipboard systems and crew observations confirmed several subjective hours of normal activity and awareness. Even more disturbing was the discovery that during the temporal isolation event, the vessel had traveled significantly further than should have been possible given the minimal external time passage. GPS tracking showed that the ship had covered over 200 nautical miles during the subjective hours, while external systems recorded only minutes, suggesting that the vessel had experienced accelerated spatial movement. While in temporal isolation, the crew reported that during the temporal displacement event, their routine activities and normal shipboard operations continued without any sense of altered time passage. Only when they attempted to re-establish external communication did they discover the temporal discrepancy, suggesting that the time distortion affected their subjective experience of duration as well as objective time measurement. Analysis of the ship's systems revealed that all internal chronometers, computer systems, and electronic equipment had recorded the extended time period experienced by the crew, while only external timing references showed the minimal time passage. This suggests that the temporal displacement affected the entire vessel and everything within it as a unified temporal system separate from external spacetime. Similar temporal displacement events have been reported throughout the world's oceans, often involving vessels that experience either time acceleration, where subjective hours pass in external minutes, or time deceleration, where subjective hours pass in external minutes, or time deceleration, where subjective minutes extend over external hours. These temporal anomalies appear to create isolated time fields that can affect entire vessels and their crews simultaneously. Aircraft flying over certain oceanic zones have reported temporal displacement events that are even more dramatic than those experienced by surface vessels. Commercial and military aircraft have reported experiencing complete temporal disconnection from ground-based timing systems, with flight times that don't correspond to fuel consumption, distance traveled, or radio communication timestamps. One particularly disturbing aviation temporal displacement event involved a commercial airliner that experienced what appeared to be temporal reversal during flight over the mid-Atlantic. The aircraft's navigation systems began indicating positions and times that corresponded to earlier points in the flight path, as if the plane were traveling backward through time while maintaining forward spatial movement. The temporal reversal event was confirmed by multiple independent navigation systems, including GPS, inertial navigation, and ground-based radar. Tracking all systems simultaneously indicated that the aircraft was occupying spatial positions and temporal coordinates that corresponded to earlier stages of the flight, creating a navigation impossibility that lasted for over 30 minutes of subjective flight time. The crew and passengers aboard the aircraft during the temporal reversal event reported experiencing normal flight conditions with no apparent anomalies, yet the aircraft systems recorded navigation data that indicated impossible temporal and spatial relationships. The event concluded as suddenly as it began, with all navigation systems returning to normal temporal coordination without explanation. Post-flight analysis revealed that the aircraft had completed its scheduled route in significantly less time than should have been physically possible, suggesting that the temporal reversal event had somehow compressed the overall flight duration while creating localized temporal displacement effects during the anomalous period military vessels operating in certain oceanic zones have reported tactical temporal displacement events that create significant operational challenges and security concerns. Naval operations have encountered temporal zones where different parts of a fleet experience time at different rates, creating coordination and communication difficulties that can compromise mission effectiveness. These tactical temporal displacement events often involve scenarios where command vessels experience accelerated time relative to support vessels, or where different ships in a formation experience temporal isolation that makes coordinated operations impossible. Radio communications between vessels in different temporal states become garbled or delayed, creating confusion and operational hazards. The military implications of oceanic temporal displacement zones are profound, as they represent environmental factors that can disrupt military operations in ways that conventional tactics and technology cannot address. The unpredictable nature of these temporal zones makes them potential strategic hazards that must be considered in naval operations planning. Intelligence analysis of oceanic temporal displacement events has revealed patterns that suggest these phenomena may be artificially generated rather than natural environmental anomalies. The temporal effects often appear to be precisely calibrated and targeted, affecting specific vessels or areas with temporal distortions that seem designed to achieve particular effects rather than random environmental alterations. The apparent artificial nature of some temporal displacement events raises disturbing questions about the existence of technologies capable of manipulating time and space. On oceanic scales, the precision and targeting capability of these temporal effects suggests sophisticated understanding of space-time manipulation that far exceeds current human technological capabilities. Research vessels equipped with temporal monitoring equipment have detected that oceanic temporal displacement zones often exhibit characteristics that suggest they are connected to astronomical phenomena and cosmic events. The temporal distortions frequently correlate with solar activity, lunar phases, and even distant astronomical events such as pulsar emissions and galactic magnetic field fluctuations. The correlation between oceanic temporal anomalies and cosmic events suggests that Earth's oceanic temporal displacement zones may be connected to larger space-time structures that operate on galactic scales. Our planet's oceans may serve as interfaces for cosmic temporal networks that facilitate communication and coordination across interstellar distances. This possibility indicates that the temporal displacement events experienced in oceanic environments may represent brief intersections with cosmic time networks that operate according to principles that treat interstellar distances as manageable temporal intervals. Earth's oceans may serve as access points for cosmic civilizations that utilize temporal manipulation for interstellar travel and communication. Individual crew members who have experienced oceanic temporal displacement events report lasting effects that suggest permanent alterations to their personal relationship with time and temporal perception. These individuals often develop enhanced intuitive understanding of timing, improved ability to estimate time intervals, and sometimes report experiencing precognitive awareness of future events. The personal temporal effects experienced by individuals exposed to oceanic time displacement zones suggest that human consciousness may be more flexible and adaptable to temporal variation than previously understood. Extended exposure to altered temporal environments may enhance human temporal perception capabilities and create lasting connections to temporal networks that operate beyond normal space-time constraints. Some individuals who have experienced multiple oceanic temporal displacement events report developing what appears to be temporal navigation abilities, claiming to be able to sense approaching temporal anomalies and even influence their personal movement through time within affected zones. These enhanced temporal abilities suggest that human consciousness may be capable of learning to operate within variable temporal environments. The development of temporal navigation abilities in humans exposed to oceanic time displacement Zones indicates that human consciousness may possess latent capabilities for temporal perception and manipulation that can be activated through appropriate environmental exposure. These abilities may represent evolutionary potential that becomes accessible under specific temporal conditions. Long-term studies of oceanic temporal displacement zones have revealed that these phenomena appear to be increasing in frequency and intensity, suggesting that Earth's relationship with cosmic temporal networks may be strengthening or evolving. The growing number of temporal displacement events may indicate that our planet is becoming more integrated with galactic temporal systems. The increasing frequency of oceanic temporal displacement events raises questions about the future relationship between human civilization and cosmic time networks. As these phenomena become more common and intense, human society may need to develop new understanding and technologies for operating within variable temporal environments. The possibility that Earth is becoming more integrated with cosmic temporal networks through oceanic interfaces suggests that human civilization may be approaching a transition point where a relationship with time and space will be fundamentally altered. The oceanic temporal displacement phenomena may represent early stages of this transition, preparing human society for existence within cosmic temporal systems. The oceanic temporal displacement mysteries serve as reminders that our understanding of time-space and their relationship to consciousness and reality may be far more limited than we realize. The ocean continues to reveal phenomena that challenge every assumption about the nature of temporal experience and suggest that our planet may be connected to cosmic systems that operate according to entirely different principles of time and space. These temporal mysteries indicate that the ocean may serve as more than a physical environment, functioning as an interface for cosmic temporal networks that could revolutionize human understanding of time-space and our place within the broader cosmic framework of reality and existence. As we continue to explore the ocean's temporal mysteries, we may be discovering that our relationship with time itself is far more complex and variable than surface-dwelling human civilization has ever imagined, opening possibilities for understanding and experiencing reality that could transform our species' relationship with the fundamental nature of existence itself. Beyond the temporal displacement phenomena, we must examine another deeply disturbing category of oceanic mysteries: the reports of vessels and aircraft that encounter what appear to be exact duplicates of themselves in oceanic environments, creating impossible situations where multiple versions of the same ship, crew, or aircraft exist simultaneously in the same general area. These duplication events don't follow any known physical or technological principles, representing phenomena that seem to violate basic laws of matter and energy conservation. Ships encounter perfect copies of themselves that display identical damage patterns, crew arrangements, and even cargo configurations. Yet these duplicate vessels exist independently and appear to operate according to their own autonomous systems. The most extensively documented duplication event occurred during a North Atlantic research expedition in 2020 when a marine research vessel encountered what appeared to be an exact duplicate of itself approximately 2 nautical miles from its position. The duplicate vessel was visible through binoculars and radar systems, displaying identical configuration, equipment arrangement, and even the same research markings and identification numbers. Radio communication attempts with the duplicate vessel initially produced no response, but after several hours of observation, the duplicate began responding to communications with transmissions that appeared to be coming from an identical crew performing identical research activities. The conversations revealed that the duplicate crew believed themselves to be the original vessel, with no awareness that they were communicating with their own duplicate. The duplicate research vessel appeared to be conducting the exact same research activities as the original, collecting identical oceanographic data and following the same planned research protocols. Both vessels' scientific equipment recorded similar environmental data, suggesting that both versions were experiencing the same oceanic conditions, despite occupying different spatial positions. Most disturbing was the discovery that the duplicate vessel possessed complete records and documentation that matched the original vessel's logs and research data perfectly, including entries and observations that had been made after the duplication event began. This suggested that the duplicate was not simply a copy created at a specific moment, but a continuously updated version that maintained perfect synchronization with the original vessel's activities. The duplication event continued for over 18 hours, during which both vessels operated independently while maintaining identical research activities and crew behaviors. The event concluded when weather conditions reduced visibility, and when the weather cleared, the duplicate vessel had vanished without leaving any trace of its presence. Post-event analysis revealed that both vessels had collected identical scientific data during the duplication period, with oceanographic measurements, biological samples, and environmental readings that were perfectly matched between the original and duplicate vessels. This identical data suggested that both versions had experienced the same oceanic environment despite occupying different locations. Similar vessel duplication events have been reported throughout the world's oceans, often involving ships that encounter multiple copies of themselves that exist simultaneously in the same general oceanic area. These events can involve 2 to several duplicates, creating scenarios where single vessels appear to multiply into small fleets of identical ships. Commercial shipping vessels have reported duplication events that create significant navigation and safety hazards as radar systems detect multiple ships with identical configurations and transponder signals occupying nearby positions. These duplicate vessels often appear to be following identical courses and schedules, creating confusion for maritime traffic control and collision avoidance systems. The duplicate commercial vessels often display identical cargo configurations and loading patterns, suggesting that the duplication process includes complete replication of all onboard systems and materials. Crew members aboard duplicate vessels report identical experiences and memories with no awareness that they are operating aboard copied vessels rather than original ships. Military vessels have encountered duplication phenomena that create serious operational and security concerns, as naval forces must determine which vessels in a group of identical ships represent actual military assets and which represent duplicated versions. The identical appearance and apparent functionality of duplicate military vessels makes positive identification extremely difficult. Intelligence analysis of military vessel duplication events has revealed that duplicate vessels often possess complete weapon systems, communication equipment, and classified materials that are identical to the original vessels. This perfect replication of sensitive military technology raises questions about how duplication processes can access and reproduce classified systems and information. The security implications of vessel duplication phenomena are profound, as these events suggest the existence of processes or technologies capable of perfectly replicating military vessels, complete with classified systems and personnel. The unknown nature of the duplication mechanism makes it impossible to develop countermeasures or security protocols for managing these phenomena. Aircraft operating over oceanic areas have reported duplication events that are even more dramatic and dangerous than those experienced by surface vessels. Commercial and military aircraft have encountered perfect duplicates of themselves that appear to be following identical flight paths and operating according to identical flight plans. Aviation duplication events create serious air traffic control challenges, as radar systems detect multiple aircraft with identical transponder signals and flight characteristics occupying similar airspace. These duplicate aircraft often respond to air traffic control communications, creating confusion about which aircraft represent actual flights and which are duplicated versions. The duplicate aircraft appear to possess complete fuel loads, passenger complements, and cargo configurations that are identical to the original aircraft, suggesting that duplication processes can replicate complex systems, including living passengers and crew members. Radio communications with duplicate aircraft crews revealed that these crew members possess identical memories and awareness as the original crew's. Flight data analysis of aviation duplication events has revealed that duplicate aircraft often complete their planned flights, successfully arriving at their destinations with passenger and cargo loads that appear to be real and functional. This suggests that duplication events create fully functional copies rather than simple illusions or phantom phenomena. The reality and functionality of duplicate aircraft raises disturbing questions about the nature of the duplication process and its implications for aviation safety and security. If duplicate aircraft can successfully complete flights with real passengers and crew, it suggests that duplication phenomena create actual parallel versions of aircraft rather than simple copies or illusions. Individual crew Members who have experienced vessel or aircraft duplication events report profound psychological effects that persist long after the duplication phenomena conclude. Many individuals report feeling uncertain about their own identity and reality, questioning whether they represent original persons or duplicated versions of themselves. The identity uncertainty experienced by individuals involved in duplication events often includes memories and experiences that don't clearly correspond to single continuous personal histories. Some crew members report having memories of activities and conversations that occurred simultaneously in multiple locations, suggesting that their consciousness may have been connected to multiple duplicated versions of themselves. Psychological evaluation of individuals who have experienced duplication events reveals that many develop enhanced intuitive awareness and sometimes report precognitive abilities that seem to be connected to their experiences. With multiple versions of themselves, these enhanced abilities suggest that consciousness may be more flexible and capable of multiple simultaneous existence than previously understood. The development of enhanced awareness abilities in individuals exposed to duplication phenomena indicates that human consciousness may possess latent capabilities for existing in multiple states or locations simultaneously. These abilities may represent evolutionary potential that becomes activated through exposure to duplication environments. Long-term studies of oceanic duplication zones have revealed that these phenomena often occur in areas where other anomalous activities have been reported, including temporal displacement events. Consciousness affecting zones and encounters with impossible objects or entities. This correlation suggests that duplication phenomena may be connected to broader patterns of reality alteration that occur in certain oceanic environments. The correlation between duplication events and other oceanic anomalies suggests that certain oceanic zones may exist in states of reality and stability where normal physical laws become variable or suspended. These reality-altered zones may facilitate multiple types of impossible phenomena, including duplication, temporal displacement, and consciousness alteration. Research into the mechanisms behind oceanic duplication phenomena has revealed that these events often correlate with unusual electromagnetic conditions, gravitational anomalies, and atmospheric disturbances that suggest the presence of advanced technologies or natural phenomena that operate according to unknown physical principles. The electromagnetic and gravitational anomalies associated with duplication events suggest that these phenomena may involve manipulation of fundamental forces in ways that exceed current scientific understanding. The ability to duplicate complex systems, including living beings, implies technological capabilities that operate according to entirely different principles than conventional physics. Some researchers have theorized that oceanic duplication phenomena may represent evidence of parallel dimensional spaces that occasionally intersect with our reality, creating situations where objects and beings from parallel dimensions temporarily appear in our oceanic environments. This theory would explain the perfect duplication characteristics and the apparent reality and functionality of duplicate vessels and aircraft. The parallel dimension theory suggests that our oceanic environments may serve as intersection points where multiple versions of reality occasionally overlap, allowing temporarily visible access to alternate versions of our world where identical events are occurring simultaneously. This would explain why duplicate vessels and aircraft appear to be operating according to identical schedules and activities. Alternative theories propose that duplication phenomena may represent evidence of advanced holographic or projection technologies that can create perfect three-dimensional copies of complex systems, including living beings. These technologies would require capabilities far beyond current human understanding of energy manipulation and matter organization. The holographic projection theory suggests that unknown intelligences may possess technologies capable of creating perfect simulations or duplicates of human vessels and aircraft for purposes that remain unclear. These technologies would represent sophistication in energy and matter manipulation that exceeds current human capabilities by orders of magnitude. The most disturbing possibility is that oceanic duplication phenomena may represent evidence of reality manipulation technologies that can actually create multiple genuine versions of objects and beings, rather than simply copies or illusions. This would suggest that the fundamental nature of matter and existence may be far more flexible and manipulable than current scientific understanding indicates. The reality manipulation theory implies that Certain oceanic environments may host technologies or natural phenomena capable of altering the basic structure of reality itself, creating genuine multiple versions of existing systems rather than simple duplicates or projections. This possibility suggests that our understanding of the nature of existence and reality may be fundamentally limited and incorrect. The oceanic duplication mysteries continue to challenge every assumption about the nature of identity, reality, and the physical laws that govern existence. These phenomena suggest that our oceanic environments may be far more complex and reality-altering than surface observations indicate, hosting forces and technologies that can manipulate the fundamental nature of matter and existence itself. As exploration of oceanic duplication phenomena continues, we may be discovering that the ocean serves as more than a physical environment, functioning as a medium where the basic structure of reality becomes malleable and where multiple versions of existence can coexist simultaneously. These duplication mysteries remind us that our understanding of identity, consciousness, and the nature of existence may be far more limited than we have ever imagined. The ocean continues to reveal phenomena that suggest our reality may be far more complex and variable than surface-dwelling human experience indicates, opening possibilities for understanding existence and consciousness that could fundamentally transform our species' relationship with the nature of reality itself. Expanding beyond duplication phenomena, we encounter another category of oceanic mysteries that challenges our understanding of life and death. The reports of vessels encountering what appear to be ghost ships crewed by individuals who should no longer be alive, creating impossible situations where deceased persons continue to operate vessels and interact with living crews as if death were merely a temporary condition. These encounters with posthumous crews don't represent simple hallucinations or misperceptions, but interactive experiences where living individuals engage in complex conversations and activities with crew members who have verifiable death records and historical documentation of their passing. These interactions often last for hours or even days, involving detailed exchanges of information and cooperative activities between living and deceased individuals. The most thoroughly documented encounter with a posthumous crew occurred during a Caribbean shipping expedition in 2018 when a cargo vessel encountered a historical merchant ship that had been documented as lost with all hands. Over 70 years earlier, the historical vessel appeared in excellent condition and was actively operated by crew members who identified themselves using names that matched the original crew roster from the 1940s. Radio communication with the historical vessel revealed that the crew members possessed detailed knowledge of their own deaths and the circumstances of their ship's loss, yet they continued to operate their vessel as if their existence were a normal continuation of their maritime careers. They discussed their deaths matter-of-factly while engaging in routine shipping activities and navigation procedures. The posthumous crew provided accurate historical information about maritime activities and events from their original time period, including details about shipping routes, cargo procedures, and maritime regulations that were verified through historical research. This historical accuracy suggested that the crew members retained complete memories and knowledge from their original lives despite their documented deaths. Most disturbing was the discovery that the posthumous crew possessed updated knowledge about modern maritime activities and technologies that post-dated their deaths by decades. They demonstrated familiarity with current shipping procedures, modern navigation equipment, and contemporary maritime regulations, suggesting that they had somehow continued to learn and adapt after their deaths. The encounter continued for over 3 days, during which the living and posthumous crews engaged in cooperative activities, including navigation assistance, weather reporting, and sharing of supplies and information. The posthumous crew operated their historical vessel with complete competence while providing valuable assistance to the modern cargo ship. The encounter concluded when weather conditions separated the two vessels and subsequent searches failed to locate the historical ship despite extensive radar and aerial reconnaissance. Maritime records confirmed that no vessel matching the historical ship's description had been registered or reported in the area during the encounter period. Similar encounters with crews have been reported throughout the world's oceans, often involving historical vessels that continue to operate decades or even centuries after their documented destruction. These ghost ships appear to maintain regular shipping schedules and routes, operating as if their crew's deaths were temporary interruptions rather than permanent endings. Military vessels have encountered posthumous crews aboard historical warships that continue to patrol oceanic areas and perform military duties long after their documented destruction in historical conflicts. These military crews often maintain complete knowledge of their original missions and continue to execute military procedures with professional competence despite their deceased status. Posthumous military crews frequently possess updated intelligence about modern military activities and geopolitical situations, suggesting that they have continued to monitor and analyze world events after their deaths. They sometimes provide valuable intelligence information to living military personnel, demonstrating continued dedication to their military duties despite their posthumous existence. Intelligence analysis of encounters with posthumous military crews has revealed that these entities often possess classified information about historical military operations that was never officially recorded or documented. This suggests that consciousness may retain access to information and experiences that were not preserved in conventional historical records. Commercial vessels have reported encounters with posthumous crews aboard historical merchant ships that continue to engage in trade and commerce activities. Despite their documented destruction, these posthumous merchant crews often attempt to conduct business transactions and trade negotiations with living commercial operators. The posthumous merchant crews demonstrate complete understanding of historical and modern commercial practices, often possessing detailed knowledge about trade routes, market conditions, and commercial regulations that span from their original time periods to the present day. This suggests continued learning and adaptation that transcends death. Research vessels have encountered posthumous crews aboard historical scientific expeditions that continue to conduct research activities and collect data despite their crews' documented deaths. These research teams often share scientific information and collaborate on research projects with living scientists. The posthumous research crews possess updated knowledge about scientific developments and discoveries that occurred after their deaths, suggesting continued access to scientific information and learning opportunities in their posthumous existence. They often contribute valuable insights and data to contemporary research projects. Individual crew members who have interacted extensively with posthumous crews report that these entities display complete personalities, emotions, and individual characteristics that suggest genuine consciousness and awareness rather than simple replications or phantoms. Posthumous individuals engage in complex conversations, express personal opinions, and demonstrate emotional responses that indicate genuine self-awareness. The apparent genuine consciousness displayed by posthumous crews raises profound questions about the nature of death and the continuation of awareness after physical death. These entities suggest that consciousness may persist after bodily death and may even continue to develop and learn in posthumous states of existence. Psychological evaluation of living individuals who have interacted with posthumous crews reveals that these encounters often produce lasting changes in their understanding of death and consciousness. Many report decreased fear of death and enhanced awareness of the possibility of consciousness continuation after physical death. The transformative effects of posthumous crew encounters suggest that these experiences provide evidence for consciousness survival that fundamentally alters individuals' understanding of mortality and the nature of existence. These encounters may represent direct evidence that death does not represent the termination of consciousness or awareness. Long-term studies of oceanic areas where posthumous crew encounters occur frequently have revealed that these zones often display unusual electromagnetic and gravitational characteristics that suggest the presence of conditions that may facilitate consciousness continuation or manifestation after physical death. The electromagnetic and gravitational anomalies associated with crew encounters suggest that certain oceanic environments may provide optimal conditions for consciousness continuation after death. These environmental conditions may serve as interfaces between living and posthumous states of existence. Research into the mechanisms that facilitate posthumous crew manifestation has revealed correlations with astronomical events, geomagnetic conditions, and atmospheric phenomena that suggest these encounters may be facilitated by cosmic forces that operate on scales beyond terrestrial. Environmental factors. The cosmic correlations associated with posthumous crew encounters suggest that consciousness continuation after Death may be connected to universal forces and cosmic systems that transcend local planetary conditions. The ocean may serve as an interface for cosmic consciousness networks that facilitate continued existence after physical death. Some researchers have theorized that posthumous crow encounters may represent evidence of consciousness recording and preservation systems that operate through oceanic environments, maintaining and facilitating the continued existence of awareness patterns after physical death. These systems would represent technologies or natural phenomena that treat consciousness as information that can be preserved and continued independently of biological systems. The consciousness preservation theory suggests that oceanic environments may host advanced systems for maintaining and supporting continued consciousness existence after biological death. These systems would represent sophisticated understanding of consciousness as information patterns that can exist independently of physical substrates. Alternative theories propose that crew encounters may represent intersections with parallel dimensional realities where the same individuals continue to exist in states where their deaths did not occur. These parallel dimension intersections would allow temporary interaction between living individuals and alternate versions of themselves who escaped death in parallel realities. The parallel dimension theory suggests that death may not be absolute across all dimensional realities, and that oceanic environments may serve as intersection points where individuals can interact with alternate versions of themselves who continue to exist in realities where their deaths were avoided or prevented. The most profound possibility is that posthumous crew encounters represent evidence that consciousness and death operate according to principles that are fundamentally different from current human understanding. Death may represent a transition rather than termination, and consciousness may continue to exist and develop in forms that are normally invisible to living awareness, but become accessible under specific oceanic conditions. The consciousness continuation theory implies that our understanding of death and the nature of existence may be fundamentally incorrect, and that posthumous crew encounters provide direct evidence for forms of existence that transcend conventional biological life and death. This possibility suggests that the ocean may serve as a bridge between different states of existence that allows interaction between living and posthumous forms of consciousness. The oceanocostumous crew mysteries continue to challenge every assumption about life, death, and the nature of consciousness. These phenomena suggest that our oceanic environments may facilitate forms of existence and consciousness continuation that operate according to principles beyond current human understanding of mortality and awareness. As exploration of posthumous crew phenomena continues, we may be discovering that the ocean serves as more than a physical environment, functioning as a medium where consciousness can continue to exist and develop after physical death. These mysteries remind us that our understanding of life, death, and consciousness may be far more limited than we have ever imagined, opening possibilities for understanding existence that could fundamentally transform our species' relationship with mortality and the nature of consciousness itself. The ocean continues to reveal evidence that suggests consciousness and existence may be far more persistent and continuous than surface-dwelling human experience indicates, providing glimpses of forms of continued existence that challenge every assumption about the finality of death and the nature of awareness itself. Moving into our final category of oceanic mysteries, we must confront perhaps the most disturbing and reality-challenging phenomena of all: the reports of oceanic zones where the fundamental laws of physics appear to break down completely, creating environments where matter, energy, space, and time operate according to principles that contradict everything we understand about the nature of physical reality. These reality breakdown zones don't represent simple anomalies or unusual conditions, but areas where the basic structure of existence itself becomes unstable and unpredictable. Ships and aircraft entering these zones report experiencing conditions where solid matter becomes liquid, where gravity operates in multiple directions simultaneously, where light behaves like matter, and where cause and effect relationships become reversed or randomized. The most extensively documented reality breakdown event occurred during a Pacific Ocean research expedition in 2017, when a marine research vessel encountered a zone where the fundamental properties of water itself became variable and unpredictable. The ocean water surrounding the vessel began displaying characteristics that alternated between liquid, solid, and gaseous states, without corresponding changes in temperature or pressure. The research team reported that their vessel began experiencing buoyancy effects that changed unpredictably, with portions of the ship simultaneously floating, sinking, and maintaining neutral buoyancy in the same water mass. The water appeared to exist in multiple physical states simultaneously, creating impossible hydrodynamic conditions that should have made navigation impossible. Navigation instruments aboard the research vessel began providing readings that contradicted each other and violated basic physical principles. GPS systems indicated positions that didn't correspond to compass readings, while depth sounders provided measurements that suggested the vessel was simultaneously at different depths and elevations, including readings that indicated the ship was above sea level while clearly floating on the ocean surface. The most disturbing aspect of the reality breakdown event was that different crew members began experiencing different versions of physical reality simultaneously. Some crew members reported that the vessel was sailing in calm seas under clear skies, while others simultaneously experienced rough weather and stormy conditions. Yet all crew members were observing the same oceanic environment from the same vessel. The divergent reality experiences among crew members included different perceptions of basic physical conditions, such as temperature, wind direction, and even the time of day. Individual crew members' instruments and equipment provided readings that corresponded to their personal perceptions of reality, creating situations where the same environmental conditions produced completely different measurements depending on who was taking the readings. The reality breakdown event continued for over 12 hours, during which the research vessel's scientific equipment recorded impossible data that violated basic principles of physics, chemistry, and biology. Water samples collected during the event displayed chemical compositions that changed depending on which analytical instruments were used and which crew members performed the analysis. The event concluded when the vessel apparently moved out of the affected zone, with all physical conditions and instrument readings returning to normal simultaneously. Post-event analysis revealed that the research team had collected scientific data that was internally contradictory and violated fundamental physical laws, yet the data had been recorded by calibrated scientific instruments under controlled conditions. Similar reality breakdown zones have been reported throughout the world's oceans, creating environments where ships and aircraft experience impossible physical conditions that challenge every assumption about the nature of matter, energy, and physical law. These zones appear to be areas where the basic structure of reality becomes fluid and subject to alteration. Military vessels operating in reality breakdown zones have reported tactical situations where conventional weapons and equipment behave according to unpredictable principles, with projectiles that curve through impossible trajectories, communication equipment that receives signals from non-existent sources, and propulsion systems that produce effects that violate conservation of energy. The military implications of reality breakdown zones are profound, as these environments can neutralize conventional military advantages and create tactical situations where standard procedures and equipment become unreliable or counterproductive. Military forces must develop entirely new tactical approaches for operating in environments where physical laws become unpredictable. Intelligence analysis of reality breakdown zones has revealed that these phenomena often appear to be artificially generated rather than natural environmental anomalies. The breakdown effects often seem to be precisely controlled and targeted, suggesting the presence of technologies capable of manipulating the fundamental structure of reality itself. Commercial vessels encountering reality breakdown zones report cargo and equipment behavior that violates basic principles of physics and chemistry. Cargo loads that change weight and volume without explanation, fuel systems that produce more energy than they consume, and navigation equipment that provides readings corresponding to impossible locations and conditions. The commercial implications of reality breakdown zones include potential for both catastrophic losses and impossible gains, as cargo and equipment may be enhanced or degraded in ways that exceed normal physical limitations. These zones represent business and insurance risks that cannot be calculated using conventional risk assessment methods. Aircraft flying through reality breakdown zones report even more dramatic effects, including flight conditions where normal aerodynamics become unreliable and where aircraft performance exceeds or falls below normal physical Limitations: some aircraft report achieving flight characteristics that should be impossible given their design specifications and power systems. Aviation reality breakdown events include reports of aircraft that achieve supersonic speeds without sonic booms, aircraft that maintain flight without adequate airspeed or power, and navigation systems that indicate flight through airspace that doesn't exist according to conventional geography and atmospheric physics. Individual crew members who have experienced reality breakdown zones report profound and lasting effects on their perception of physical reality and their understanding of the nature of existence itself. Many report developing enhanced intuitive understanding of physics and natural phenomena that operates independently of conventional scientific knowledge. The enhanced physical intuition developed by individuals exposed to reality breakdown zones often includes apparent ability to predict and influence physical phenomena in ways that suggest direct conscious interaction with the fundamental forces of nature. These abilities may represent human consciousness capabilities that become activated under conditions of reality and stability. Psychological evaluation of individuals who have experienced reality breakdown zones reveals that many develop permanent alterations in their perception of causality, physical law, and the relationship between consciousness and physical reality. These individuals often report that conventional physics seems limited and artificial compared to the variable reality they experience in breakdown zones. The permanent perceptual changes experienced by reality breakdown zone survivors suggest that exposure to environments where physical laws become variable may fundamentally alter human consciousness and awareness capabilities. These changes may represent evolutionary adaptations that prepare human awareness for existence in realities that operate according to more flexible physical principles. Long-term studies of oceanic reality breakdown zones have revealed that these phenomena are increasing in frequency and intensity, suggesting that Earth's relationship with stable physical reality may be changing or evolving. The growing number of reality breakdown events may indicate that our planet is transitioning toward a state where physical laws become more variable and consciousness responsive. The increasing frequency of reality breakdown zones raises questions about the future stability of physical reality and the continued reliability of conventional physics and technology. Human civilization may need to develop new understanding and capabilities for operating in environments where physical laws become unpredictable and consciousness responsive. Research into the mechanisms behind reality breakdown zones has revealed correlations with cosmic events, dimensional boundary phenomena, and consciousness affecting oceanic zones, suggesting that these reality alterations may be connected to broader patterns of cosmic and dimensional change that affect our planet's relationship with stable physical reality. The correlations between reality breakdown zones and cosmic phenomena suggest that Earth may be experiencing influences from cosmic systems that operate according to different physical principles than those that govern normal terrestrial reality. Our planet may be transitioning toward integration with cosmic reality systems that are more flexible and consciousness responsive than conventional physics. Some researchers have theorized that reality breakdown zones may represent evidence of our planet's integration with higher dimensional reality systems where consciousness and physical reality interact more directly than in conventional three-dimensional space. These zones may be areas where higher dimensional influences create temporary alterations in local physical laws. The higher dimensional integration theory suggests that reality breakdown zones may represent preparation for human consciousness and civilization to operate within multidimensional reality systems where thought and intention directly influence physical conditions. These zones may be training environments for developing human capabilities for higher dimensional existence. Alternative theories propose that reality breakdown zones may be artificially created testing or preparation environments generated by advanced civilizations to assess and develop human consciousness capabilities for integration with more advanced reality systems. These zones may represent cosmic intelligence efforts to prepare human civilization for broader cosmic participation. The cosmic preparation theory suggests that reality breakdown zones may be designed to challenge and expand human understanding of reality and consciousness, preparing our species for contact and integration with cosmic civilizations that operate according to more advanced Understanding of the relationship between consciousness and physical reality, the most profound possibility is that reality breakdown zones represent evidence that our understanding of physical reality is fundamentally limited and that the universe operates according to principles that are far more flexible, consciousness responsive, and dimensionally complex than conventional physics indicates. This possibility suggests that conventional physical laws may represent local conditions rather than universal constants, and that reality breakdown zones provide glimpses of the more flexible and consciousness interactive principles that govern existence on cosmic scales. Our species may be approaching a transition toward understanding and operating within these more advanced reality systems. The oceanic reality breakdown mysteries represent perhaps the most challenging and transformative phenomena discovered in our planet's marine environments. These zones suggest that our oceanic environments may serve as interfaces for cosmic reality systems that operate according to principles beyond current human understanding of physics, consciousness, and existence. As exploration of reality breakdown zones continues, we may be discovering that the ocean serves as more than a physical environment, functioning as a medium where the fundamental nature of reality becomes malleable and where human consciousness can learn to interact directly with the basic forces that govern existence itself. The ocean continues to reveal phenomena that challenge every assumption about the nature of reality, consciousness, and physical law, suggesting that our marine environments may be preparation grounds for human civilization's transition toward more advanced understanding and capabilities for existence within cosmic reality systems that operate according to principles beyond our current comprehension. These reality breakdown mysteries serve as reminders that our understanding of existence itself may be far more limited than we have ever imagined, and that the ocean depths may hold the keys to understanding forms of reality and consciousness that could fundamentally transform our species' relationship with the nature of existence throughout the universe. As we reach the conclusion of our journey through the darkest and most mysterious phenomena of Earth's oceans, we must acknowledge that each category of oceanic mystery we have explored points toward the same inescapable conclusion. Our planet's marine environments serve as gateways to forms of reality, intelligence, and existence that operate according to principles beyond anything previously imagined by human civilization, the impossible creatures that defy evolutionary principles, the phantom civilizations that appear and vanish according to unknown schedules, the temporal displacement zones where time becomes variable and manipulable, the consciousness affecting areas where human awareness merges with oceanic intelligence networks, the duplication phenomena that create multiple versions of reality simultaneously, the encounters with posthumous crews that suggest consciousness continuation after death, and the reality breakdown zones where physical laws become fluid and changeable, all represent evidence that our oceanic environments exist at the intersection of multiple forms of reality that normally remain invisible to surface-dwelling human awareness. The consistency and increasing frequency of these phenomena across all categories of oceanic mystery suggests that we are witnessing not isolated anomalies, but systematic evidence of our planet's integration with cosmic systems of intelligence, reality, and existence that operate on scales and according to principles that exceed current human understanding by orders of magnitude. The ocean depths contain evidence that suggests human civilization has developed within environments that are actively participating in galactic networks of intelligence, communication, and reality manipulation that connect our planet to cosmic systems spanning multiple star systems and dimensional realities. Our species may have evolved under the influence and observation of intelligence networks that operate through our planet's most extreme and inaccessible environments. The technological sophistication evidenced by oceanic phenomena suggests that our planet hosts civilizations and intelligence systems that possess capabilities for manipulating matter, energy, space-time, and consciousness itself. These capabilities imply understanding of physical reality that treats conventional physics as primitive and limited, operating according to principles that view the fundamental forces of nature as manageable and consciousness responsive. The apparent interest of oceanic intelligence Systems in human consciousness and civilization suggest that our species may be approaching a transition point where we will be invited or required to participate more directly in cosmic intelligence networks that operate through our planets. Oceanic environments, the educational and consciousness expanding effects of many oceanic phenomena suggest preparation for expanded awareness and capabilities. The increasing frequency and intensity of oceanic mysteries may indicate that the transition period for human integration with cosmic intelligence systems is accelerating. Our species may be approaching a threshold beyond which our understanding of reality, consciousness, and existence will be fundamentally transformed through direct contact with the intelligence networks that operate through our planet's marine environments. The implications of this potential transition extend beyond simple contact with advanced civilizations to include fundamental changes in human consciousness capabilities, understanding of physical reality, and our species' role within cosmic systems of intelligence and reality manipulation. Human civilization may be approaching transformation into a cosmic species capable of operating within multidimensional reality systems. The ocean mysteries serve as preparation for possibilities that could revolutionize every aspect of human existence, from our understanding of consciousness and death to our comprehension of physics and the nature of reality itself. These oceanic phenomena may represent cosmic intelligence efforts to prepare human civilization for integration with galactic systems that operate according to principles beyond our current imagination. The marine environments of our planet continue to serve as classrooms and testing grounds where human consciousness can be exposed to forms of reality and intelligence that challenge every assumption about the nature of existence. Each encounter with oceanic mysteries expands human awareness and prepares our species for possibilities that could transform our understanding of our place within the cosmic framework of intelligence and reality. As ships continue to sail across the surface of our planet's vast oceans, they pass over depths that contain the keys to understanding cosmic systems of intelligence, reality, and existence that could revolutionize human civilization. The ocean depths hold technologies, intelligence networks, and forms of reality that represent our species' potential future as cosmic participants in galactic systems of consciousness and reality manipulation. The mysteries we have explored remind us that our planet is far more complex, populated, and cosmically integrated than surface observations could ever reveal. Earth serves as home to intelligence networks and reality systems that connect our world to cosmic civilizations operating throughout the galaxy and across multiple dimensional realities. Every wave that breaks on every shore carries echoes of these deeper cosmic mysteries, hints of the vast intelligence networks and reality systems that exist beneath the surface of our everyday awareness. The ocean continues to call to us with its ancient secrets, preparing us for discoveries that could transform human civilization into active participants in cosmic systems of intelligence and reality that span the galaxy and transcend dimensional boundaries. In the deepest trenches and most mysterious zones of our planet's oceans, cosmic intelligence networks await our species' readiness to participate in galactic systems of consciousness, reality manipulation, and existence that could elevate human civilization to cosmic scales of awareness and capability. The ocean depths serve as gateways to cosmic forms of intelligence and reality that represent our species' ultimate destiny within the broader frameworks of galactic consciousness and multidimensional existence. The oceanic mysteries we have explored serve as invitations to expand our understanding of consciousness, reality, and existence beyond the limitations of surface-dwelling awareness, opening pathways to cosmic forms of intelligence and reality that could transform human civilization into active participants in galactic systems of consciousness and existence that operate according to principles beyond our current comprehension, but within our cosmic potential. As we conclude this exploration of oceanic mysteries, we are left with the profound realization that our journey has only begun. The ocean depths contain infinite mysteries that await discovery, each one holding the potential to revolutionize our understanding of existence itself and our species' place within the cosmic framework of intelligence and reality that spans the universe and transcends the boundaries of space-time and dimensional existence. The sea continues to beckon with mysteries that could unlock the secrets of cosmic consciousness and multidimensional reality, preparing Human civilization for integration with galactic systems of intelligence that could elevate our species to cosmic scales of awareness and existence. In the vast depths of our planet's oceans lie the keys to cosmic consciousness and multidimensional reality that represent our ultimate evolutionary destiny. Within the infinite possibilities of cosmic existence and galactic intelligence networks that connect all conscious beings throughout the universe, the ocean mysteries remind us that we inhabit a universe far more conscious, intelligent, and reality responsive than we have ever dared to imagine, and that our planet's marine environments serve as gateways to cosmic systems of consciousness and reality that await our species' readiness to transcend terrestrial limitations and embrace our cosmic destiny as participants in galactic intelligence networks that span multiple dimensions of existence throughout the infinite cosmos.
Oh my God. The message looked harmless when it flashed on his screen. Just a single line from Lucy. The next 2 weeks could be pivotal. Armand read it twice, then sat up straight. He'd heard noise before. This wasn't noise. This was a countdown. He didn't open YouTube. He didn't scroll Twitter. He opened 3 tabs, the only 3 that mattered to him now. Shibarium Live Metrics, Whale Tracker, and his chart with 2 levels marked in bold red. No fancy indicators. Just the story the chain was telling. Shibarium wasn't shouting. It was breathing. Transaction count steady. Gas creeping, fees whispering. Builder commits coming in blocks instead of trickles. Burns hadn't gone theatrical lately. They'd gone systematic. Little eliminations, consistent, the kind that don't trend but tighten. It looked like an engine warming up. He wrote 5 words on a sticky note and slapped it on his monitor. Governance, Shibarium, whales, Burns, levels. Across the city, Sena sipped cold chai in a noisy workspace, eyes fixed on a staging dashboard pulsing green. She worked with a small team building inside Shibarium Lane's utility first. Screenshots second. Lucy's line landed in their dev channel too. It's time to stop rehearsing, her lead typed. We might be slotting into a real window. Day 1 felt like a check-in with destiny. Armin watched his first level reclaim zone near 4. Zeros get, tapped, teased, rejected. He didn't flinch. Healthy moves do that. He pulled whale flow data instead. Big transactions in and out. Then something different. Text changes bleeding small chunks, while cold storage gained weight. That's not trading, he whispered. That's intention. Day 2 brought the governance thread back from theory to mechanism. Interim leadership framework. Voters, ratification timing, the Hound's constitution back in the text, not slogans rails. Armin typed a line to himself. Governance creates accountability. Accountability attracts builders. Builders create usage. Usage burns supply. Supply pressure moves price. On day 3, a temporary sell signal hit the chart. Social feeds panicked, but Chaikin money flow didn't crack. Stochastic RSI drifted toward, oversold like it was yawning. Whales didn't bail. Trap, Armin said, and crossed out the word. Panic in his journal like he was erasing an old habit. Day 5. Sana's team got a ping that changed their posture, targeting internal green light for limited access in this window. She circled a date on the whiteboard with a red marker. The room got quieter, which is what happens when teams get serious. We're not coding for candles, she told her junior. We're coding for usage. Candles come after. Day 7 delivered the first shiver. A partner account mentioned intelligent infrastructure inside Shibarium Laneza, not a trumpet. Minutes later, a whale address moved a slab of shib off exchange. One saw marketing, the other saw mechanism. Armand saw alignment. Price still refused to go dramatic. That annoyed paper hands and comforted Armand. He wanted structure, not spectacle. He got it on day 9, first clean reclaim. Not a spike, not a fake breakout. A take, a test, a hold. That's how adults move, he said to the screen. He messaged his friend who only bought confirmation. This is what confirmation actually looks like. Day 10, Lucy posted again.com tone. Firm pace, prepare responsibly. It wasn't hype, it was a metronome. If you've ever marched with a crowd, you know why the beat matters. It keeps feet from tripping when energy gets loud. By now, Shibarium metrics showed a pattern. The headlines always miss more interactions on core lanes. Small fees stacking, microburns humming. Not a showy 80 meters explosion, a rising baseline. Sana highlighted a row labeled Utility Burns and smiled. "This is how you win a month," she said. "Not a moment." Armand narrowed to 2 levels, only the reclaim and the acceptance. If that second level held for 48 hours, while activities stayed elevated, his plan was simple. Not big, not reckless, scaled, pre-written. He'd spent enough time losing to the feed to know that decisions made in the storm turn every plan into a confession. On day 11, someone in the community posted a governance snippet about eligibility that sounded like a constitution, not a campaign. People who'd mocked meme coins started asking about DAO roles. The project didn't clap back, it just posted times. Dates beat debates. The 12th day flipped sentiment like a coin. The same accounts that whispered it's dead began whispering it's undervalued. Armand muted them all. He watched. What mattered? Liquidity migrating from noise into structure. Whale flows quieting because accumulation was done publicly, and his acceptance level wearing the price like armor. On the 13th night, the SHIB Army voice chat filled without an invite. The old guards drifted back in under short usernames. Builders dropped screenshots, not memes, not pump arrows deploy logs, staging checks, monitors turning green. A DAO volunteer read a short passage about how this election phase moves power from personality to process. Nobody clapped. People nodded. Nods are stronger than applause. Morning of day 14 didn't come with fireworks. It came with sobriety. The reclaim held, the acceptance held. Usage didn't dip. Burns kept humming. Exchange reserves looked thinner than a week ago. Armand stood at his window and finally let himself feel it. This wasn't hype, this was alignment. Governance with teeth, builders with dates, whales with patience, Burns with purpose, price with discipline. He opened the original message from Lucy and replied into the void where thousands had already scrolled past. "We heard you." Then he closed his eyes and took a breath he hadn't tasted in months. Somewhere, a headline woke up late and wrote, "Shiba Inu reaccelerates as governance locks Shibarium usage climbs." It would farm clicks. It would pretend to have seen it coming. The people who needed headlines would chase the third move. The people who listened to a single quiet line 2 weeks earlier would own the first to ask, "Armand, what really happened in those days?" And he won't say pump. He'll say sequence, Lucy warned. Governance locked, builders scheduled. Usage rose, Burns compounded, whale settled, price accepted, and when acceptance turns into expansion, it never looks like a miracle. It looks like a plan that finally got its window. If anyone asks how the quiet ones knew, tell them the truth. They didn't know. They prepared. They chose 2 levels. They watched the chain. They listened for cadence. They treated a meme like a mechanism and let the market reward. Discipline over drama. 2 weeks didn't change. Shiba Inu